subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. I hope you all are having a wonderful day. I know it's kind of cold outside, pretty much here in the United States. Shout out to everybody in Chicago, in Philadelphia, everybody in Dallas, Texas. I know you guys are freezing out there. I heard Lubbock is like -1 degrees. Shout out to all my Texas folks, man. You folks out there in California and South Florida. You're lucky. You're lucky you don't have to deal with this chill. But kick back for a minute and I'm gonna hit you with this spiel. I got my extra water can over here, or extra jelly jar full of water. But look, family, we're gonna have another conversation related to current events, and I just want to kind of explain to you all a little bit of where my process is. You know, I don't really talk about relationships. Number one, because you like what you like. You know, some of you are pretty straight line, and then we got some freaks out there. Shout out to all the freaks and the weirdos. So, you know, there's really no consensus on what people like. And I just feel like, hey, whatever, man, that's not my lane. I talk about politics. I talk about current events. And I try to anchor it with historical facts, because what I've realized is that, you know, history does not repeat itself, but it has an echo. And so, you know, if I can help you have a better understanding of what's going on based on what human beings have done before in the past, it'll help you be able to dictate how you should move into the future. And so I feel as though I'm doing I feel as though I'm doing a great service, and I hope you all appreciate the work. It was about 5 or 6 years ago when I talked about the direction that our community, and when I say our community, I'm talking about the foundational Black American community. I was speaking about, you know, the culture that we had, and you know how, and at that time, you know, we were twerking on the tables, and you know, it was just at the height of, you know, just degenerate behavior. And when you compare who we were in the 50s, you know, it's like, no, we went from a dignified, beautiful, loving, wonderful, unified people to, you know, just debauchery. And so a lot of people were offended by that, you know, and a lot of, oh, you don't like this. The Pookie and the Ray Rays got mad at me. The ladies got mad at me. The lovely ladies, somebody typed lovely ladies, and lovely ladies got mad at me. But now here we are in 2026, and it seems like everybody is talking about what I was speaking about 6 years ago when I first hit these internet streets. And so I'm okay with that, you know, and what that lets me know is that I'm ahead of the curve. The things that I talk about now are going to be the things you're dealing with in the upcoming years. And even when I predicted back in 2020 that Trump wasn't gone, and that, you know, that there's a good chance that he's going to come back, and here he is, you know. So, you know, that's where I'm at. You know, I appreciate everybody who's been with me for years. It's been, 5 years now, and we've been through a lot, and we've developed a lot. Shout out to my wrench mob. Shout out to my ice lords. Shout out to all the new people who came here. Shout out to the people who migrated to my channel after Kevin Samuels passed away. Um, and I appreciate you guys. And like I always say, let's try to get me to 100,000. It's about time. You know what I mean? But as you can imagine, I just don't put on. If I'm trying to tie current events to past, past events, that means I have to put in a lot of work. So it's not like I could just get on here and do a play-by-play on the most current viral video. I actually have to do that work. Somebody type do the work in the chat room. Somebody type do the work in the chat room. Uncle D has to do the work. Shout out to my beautiful wife. She got me these matching cups. That's what you've been, I guess, I used to have something you guys may not know about me. I'll share. I like collecting coffee mugs. So anytime I go to a city, I'll collect a coffee mug. Anytime I go to a country, I'll collect a coffee mug, whether I'm in England or Colombia or the Dominican Republic, Boston, Detroit. I like coffee mugs. If you ever want to just do something for me special, you can send me a nice coffee mug from your town and I'll give you a shout out. And if you want to send it to my office, it's 3003 South Loop West, Suite 400, Houston, Texas, 77054. Okay, I just love, this is just my thing. This is like some people collect baseball cards. I collect coffee mugs, and I'll make sure to give you a big shout out. Or, and that's my thing. I collect coffee mugs, so I like unique coffee mugs. I got a cabinet dedicated for my coffee mugs from all over the world. So, salute to the people, my fellow coffee and tea drinkers, and we'll just go ahead and get this thing started. Make sure you hit the number 1 button. If you can't, well, you guys let me know. I've been having some sound issues, and as you know, we're having a snowstorm going on. So just bear with me. But in the meantime, as you guys know, this is the Dennis Spurling podcast, and I want to have a very serious conversation about how change actually happens here in my country, our country, the United States of America. Because history shows us something that's very clear, that, change in America happens when white people feel affected. When white people started getting harmed, when white people start getting arrested, when white people start getting unalived by the government or by law enforcement, things suddenly matter. And whether we're talking about a war on drugs, illegal drugs, or now immigration enforcement, once white people are touched by it, the government, the media, and society at large start paying attention, and things get questioned, and things get reviewed, and things get taken seriously. Now, that's the context for this discussion. What we're seeing right now is white people challenging a white injustice system. Okay, in this case, the system is the U.S. immigration system. And look, let me explain something. Everybody knows that if you're in someone else's country legally, that's against the law. You can't go to Mexico. The Mexicans are giving the Hondurans hell. The South Africans are giving the Nigerians hell. There was a time when the folks who were immigrating from Eastern Europe to the UK, they were catching hell from the people in London and Scotland. So, it's not a color thing. We all understand that we have borders. I don't think any American here, any person of any nationality in the country worth being in, is okay with people from other countries just immigrating to their country. We have no problem with immigration enforcement. Okay. The problem that we have is that the system has a long history. The judicial system in general, and the immigration system specifically, has a long history of targeting Black and brown people while mostly ignoring undocumented immigrants who are white. And this isn't speculation. And as I've said before, there's an estimate 500,000 illegal white immigrants from Europe and other regions living in the United States, yet they are rarely focused on in these raids and arrests in this aggressive enforcement. So immigration enforcement in practice is heavily based on race. All right. And so there's a difference between what's on the books and how it's practiced. Okay. So when white people step in and challenge that reality, their actions should not be brushed off as stupid. We shouldn't call it reckless or irrational. Okay. These white folks are acting on what they believe is morally right and what they believe is best for our country. And on that point, they are not wrong. Okay, and that brings me to January 2026. And in fact, we are still in January 2026. I want to talk about yesterday, a cold Saturday morning, specifically January 24th in Minneapolis. Alex Paridi, a 37-year-old white man, shot and killed by the U.S. Border Patrol somewhere between 8 to 10 times after being disarmed. Okay. The man was an ICU nurse. He spent his career helping people, including veterans, before he was killed. And he was pepper sprayed and pushed to the ground by multiple agents and shot several times in the back, a couple of times. And see, here's the thing. It didn't happen in some quiet corner. It was recorded. There were dozens of witnesses holding phones. And they say, and we saw for ourselves, that he was holding the phone in his right hand, and in his left hand, he had his hand raised while on his knees, okay, begging for his life while being pistol whipped with no weapon in his hand. And so those videos didn't match the first explanations given by the federal officials. And so this became another example of how federal law enforcement is used in the name of immigration enforcement. Again, nobody has a problem with immigration enforcement. We have a problem with how it's being enforced. Now, keep in mind, just 2 weeks ago, on January 7th, another white person, Renee Nicole Good, 37-year-old white woman, a mom, an American citizen, she was shot and killed by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement during an operation in South Minneapolis. Now, since that time period, you know, the medical examiner has deemed that a homicide and caused by multiple gunshots. And see, here's the thing you have to understand. All you ICE agents, and I don't want to diverge too far from where we're going, but all you ICE agents, there's no statute of limitations on murder. So when Donald Trump is out of office in 3 years, you can expect some indictments once they find out the identity of these masked individuals who are ICE agents. Okay, so just because what you do, they might be able to shield you now, but they won't be able to shield you forever. But nevertheless, her killing happened during a time of growing protest and public concern, and obviously it sparked outrage. Now, here's the thing. These deaths of these two Americans, specifically white Americans, captured on video, and they've led more protests, and you have Minnesota leaders wanting the federal government to get their agents out of there. I believe Tim Walz is trying to enact the National Guard. I don't know how that's going to work out because you understand that once you enact the National Guard and you put them out there, Trump can simply write an order and take them over. Okay. But anyway, you know, here's the thing. This isn't the first time this state and this city has seen this sort of violence. We saw it against black people. You know, as the federal government expands police interaction, people are beginning to understand something black Americans have known for a long time. And I want you to listen, okay? The more police interaction there is, the more likely of police brutality and police killings. That's just what happened. The more police you have on the streets, the more police you have in monitoring or patrolling an individual area, the more likely it is that the police won't respect the law or respect the citizens' rights. It's just what happens. There's more room for error. There's more room for egos. And we can't ignore the elephant in the room. The reason we have such a massive outrage so quickly is because of Renee and Alex are white. Let's just be honest, okay? People start off, Renee and Alex they should not have gotten involved, that their deaths were their own fault. And that reaction is familiar to Black people. We've seen it before. Blame the victim. But notice as soon as the government and the mass media start trying to push that line, especially on those conservative cable shows and online personalities, they immediately got pushback, because unlike when this happens to Black people, there's a presumption, okay? There's a presumption that the white person doesn't have any guilt. Yeah, look, and I know it's hard, folks who don't believe there's any racism, trust me. When you're dealing with Black people in the judicial system long enough, you realize Black people get justice, but white people get the benefit of the doubt, whether you're talking about civil or criminal, okay? It's just how our society is. It's the reason that, these negative prejudices and stereotypes, this is the effect they have. Even well-meaning white folk that have Black friends and et cetera, people are still subject to their prejudices. I mean, and we can't get around that. We have to have adult conversations. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I just need to make sure we can acknowledge that. Okay? So unlike when things happen to innocent Black people, there's always the underlying belief that they must have done something, And so that's just how white privilege works. White people get the benefit of the doubt, even when they're dead wrong. And this is the danger for an abusive system like the judicial system, when it tries to do the same thing to white people that it does to Black people. Okay? And when I say danger, I mean it risks being undermined or revised or undone. Okay? Because when white people openly challenge a racist system, especially a system that usually operates quietly, their actions are not irrational. They disrupt the system, and disruption is often what exposes injustice. So Renee and Alex acted based on their conscience. Okay, Ms. Good saw something she believed was wrong. Mr. Pretty he was trained to save lives. He stepped in when he believed that woman who was just pushed over by the officer. He stepped in because he saw somebody being mistreated, and in general, he was out there to record because he saw injustice. And both of them were killed. Their names are widely known, not not just in Minneapolis, but now all over the nation, all over the world. You see? And more people are now paying attention to the dangerous enforcement habits of these federal law enforcement agents. Okay? Now, there are not many legal scholars or average everyday Americans who will tell you that it's not a good idea to remove illegal criminal aliens from this country. Okay? There are not many Americans who will say it's unlawful to remove someone, okay, even if they do not have a criminal record. After they've overstayed their visa, they got to go. Okay? People may say that's unfair, but it's the law. And I think we all agree with that. Americans have a right to protect the integrity of our homeland. And that being the case, what ICE is doing is legal. Removing illegal immigrants and illegal criminal aliens, there's nothing wrong with that. Again, what we can also agree on, or I think where the issue comes, is that the level and the type and the tactics of enforcement being used are dangerous and endanger the public. And many people say they oppose racism, but they insist they should have never got involved. Shout out to Faquan. And that position is often called being careful or smart. But change has never come from silence or distance. Justice has always required people to step forward, even when it's uncomfortable. And because silence allows harm to become normal. And the history didn't start in 2026. Years before ICE fired any shots in Minneapolis, you had black Minnesotans were being killed by the police under very troubling circumstances. The one that comes to mind for me is in 2016, Philando Castile. He was a law-abiding black man with a legal permit to carry a gun, and he was shot during a traffic stop after telling an officer he was armed. And then we fast forward to 2020 and George Floyd. He was accused of possibly passing out a fake $20 bill, and he died after a police officer knelt on his neck for more than 9 minutes. And then we have Dante Wright. He was killed during a traffic stop when an officer said he mistook a gun for a taser. Then Amir Locke shot during a no-knock warrant. Okay? And so these deaths happen in the same city, in the same state, yet they didn't receive the same lasting national response. Aside from maybe George Floyd, but again, I told you guys there's some special exceptions under that. People were locked up, they were in their houses. It was basically people use it as a reason to come outside. But nevertheless, this pattern goes beyond Minnesota. See, many of you all don't know, on Christmas Eve, a black man named Keith Porter Jr. in Los Angeles was shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent. Okay, it was called in as an active shooter, but we don't have film. The family, of course, disagrees. But again, Mr. Porter is no longer alive. So will we ever know the full truth? Probably not. But his death didn't even lead to widespread outrage. This is probably the first time you heard his name. Nevertheless, the conclusion is uncomfortable but clear. The difference is not location, it's not legality, and it's not how much force was used. The difference is race. Renee Good and Alex Petit, they didn't reveal a new system. They reveal who the system is allowed to harm quietly and who is not allowed to harm quietly. You see, Black Americans have been we've been warned about this reality for generations. We've said that when the government power grows without accountability, it does not protect, it targets. And what has changed is not the system itself, but who it is now being affected by. And see, this is why grace matters. I want everybody in the chat room to type grace. Somebody type grace in the chat room. Somebody type grace in the chat room. Okay? This is why grace matters. Not to excuse injustice, but to recognize that when white people challenge a racist system, they're not creating chaos. They're not disobeying the law. They're exposing it. And see, this moment matters because it brings hidden truths into the open. The real question now is whether these deaths were tragic as they were, right? The question is whether this awareness will lead to real change or whether it will fade once people feel safe again. And when I talk about people, I'm talking about white people. A lot of people like to say they oppose racism, but in the same breath, they'll tell you they would never get involved. You see? That's what they would. They'll tell you that, right? So now here we are. Let's stop pretending this is complicated. Because see, the conclusion is uncomfortable, but it's clear. The difference is that what? White folk are getting hurt by this injustice system. You see? And that's why this moment matters. See, we can strip away the myths, we can strip away the denials. It forces people to confront what's always been there. The real question no longer is, again, whether these deaths are tragic, but what are we going to do about it? Now, I'm going to take the opportunity to let you all see some videos, and we're going to talk about it. All right. And we got a great lesson tonight, but I want to let you hear what folks are saying because, again, let the people speak for themselves. You all hit the #1 button and make sure you let me know. I want you to know, I want to make sure you can hear what I'm saying now. I'm not going to play the video, but this is what Christy Nome said. Hit the #1 button if you can hear it clearly.
Approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for
Is this what you all saw in the video with Alex? I didn't see that. But again, this is the same play they do with black people. Blame the victim.
his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. Mm-hmm. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also...
There's nothing illegal about him carrying a firearm. There's nothing illegal about Alex carrying a firearm. He had and as much ammunition as he wanted to. He had a legal firearm. He had a permit to carry the firearm, and they're in an open carry state. And see, the only thing that makes America great, the only thing that really separates us from these shithole countries, as Donald Trump likes to call it, is the fact that we have rights. And at the top of that list is the Second Amendment. You can't call yourself a conservative or a Republican or anything like that if you have a problem with this man carrying a lawful firearm. If you think that he committed a crime solely because he had a firearm in his possession, then you're one of the tyrants that our forefathers were talking about. Period. Again, let me say this. You hypocrites out there, if you have a problem with this man packing a firearm, then you're full of crap. And you need to go find another country to live in. That's my opinion. Go back to whatever shithole country you want to live. If you have a problem with him carrying a firearm, especially in that situation, not knowing what's going on, pack your stuff and move to Russia. That's what you need to do. But let's continue listening. And so the fact that we have a politician, governmental, whatever she is, trying to make it seem as though he did something wrong by lawfully carrying a firearm, that's King George language. We don't do that here in America. And no real American is going to stand for that. Let's keep listening.
Also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
I call BS, or as we say in the black community, I call cap. Let's go ahead and listen to this person that she's describing in his own words. You guys hit the #1 button. Let me know you can hear clearly. This is Alex speaking over a veteran's.
The text.
This is Alex speaking after a veteran patient of his passed away. Hit the #1 button if you can hear. This is this horrible individual that that politician was talking about.
You guys go and stand right over there. Terrence Lee Randolph, March 30th, 1947, December 10th, 2024. Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom. So in this moment, we remember and give thanks for their dedication and selfless service to our nation in the cause of our freedom. In this solemn hour, we render them our honor and our gratitude.
So that was actually Alex right there. He's an ICU nurse, or he's a nurse at the, or was a nurse at the VA. So, you know, rest in peace, bro. Yeah. So, you know, that's a little bit, that's him. And then, you know, the thing is, you know, a lot of black people have some opinions about this, and we'll allow some brothers to share their opinions, some sisters to share their opinions. But, you know, and, you know, it varies. You know, you got this guy here, the number one button.
Would have successfully ran over the ICE agent and the ICE agent would have lost his life, all the liberals would have been on the internet cracking jokes the same way they did Charlie Kirk.
Here's the thing. I know my people. I know my people. I know my people. And he's talking about liberals, and I'm assuming this is a conservative black man here. But, you know, my question is, can you vote? Brother, can you vote? Who did you vote for? Where did you vote? Okay? Because, you know, I have a feeling that you probably don't vote. I have a feeling that you're just on the internet, you know, talking, in my opinion. But I'm gonna let you finish, sir. I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
But it ain't go like that. So look at him cry.
So that's it. The brother said that he, you know, the liberals. I want to know who he voted for and where he voted. Where was he allowed to vote? Maybe the county jail? Maybe, I'm not sure.
They killing y'all now. All that talk of the Second Amendment, all of that for, you know, protecting yourself against a tyrannical government. They killing y'all now.
Yep. And that's definitely an accurate statement, at least January 2026. Let's keep listening.
Are asleep at the wheel when it comes to ICE. And it's like, no, it's just that we've always been fighting against this. So it's like, it's not brand spanking new news for us. It's like the police have been killing us since like the end of Reconstruction, you know, like.
Yeah. Now, I want to be fair about something, because a lot of people they misunderstand. More white people are unalived by law enforcement every year than black people. Let me say that again, and you can just go to the FBI statistics. Law enforcement unalives more white people every year than black people. We just don't necessarily hear about it. Okay? So I want you to keep that in mind. Nevertheless, we're a much smaller population. I think it's about 900. Last time I checked was probably 2019. I think it's about 900 to 1,000 black people are unalived by the police. And I think white people is like somewhere like, I don't know, it's less than 2,000. I think it's a little over 1,000, but more white people are unalived by the police than black people. So we have to get that. So it's not that white people aren't dealing with it. Okay, it's just, it's not so much of a problem because there's a lot more white people in America. Let's keep listening.
Like, the police have been targeting us, attacking us through Jim Crow, civil rights movement, into the current movement that we're in right now. It's always just been.
Frederick Douglass spoke about this issue. All right. Frederick Douglass spoke about police brutality. That was a long time ago. All right, so let's keep listening.
A constant thing. And I think it's like white people are just starting to realize that this stuff like kind of affects them, like the overreaching of the government and the overreaching of the police and things of that nature. It's starting to affect them. So now they're all just like, oh my God. But it's just like, okay, it's Tuesday. Like for.
Yeah, well, see, here's the problem. We don't know that history. If you speak to the Italians back in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s from New York, they will tell you that, you know, the police back then would racially typecast Italians, but they were known for organized crime and street crime. They did the same thing to the Irish. There's a movie that came out so many years ago called the Gangs of New York. Somebody typed the Gangs of New York. What were they called? The dead fish and the I don't know what they were, man. It's been so long since. But you know, white people used to have street gangs too. The mafia itself was nothing more than organized crime, but it was crime nonetheless. And there are a lot of Italian Americans who will tell you, you know, the first question people ask you after they find out you're an Italian is, you know, are you mobbed up? Do you know any? You have any mob ties? Do you know Gotti? So, you know, the cops assume the same thing. All right. So it's not that white people don't have to deal with that level of scrutiny from law enforcement. They just tend to, it's not one of their major issues. Okay. So, you know, it's not that they don't deal with it, but that's a black people problem at this point. It used to be at one time a white people problem, but it's a black people problem. Let's keep listening to some more people.
Killing from January 3rd was classified as a homicide, which goes against everything that we saw. There's a different word to describe what happened. Homicide doesn't exactly fit it. And now today, Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse, has been killed in the protest by another ICE agent. And one of the main things I was seeing on threads this week was the detention of a 5-year-old by ICE, Liam Conejo Ramos. And I would see these headlines alongside
Shout out to Latinos for Trump. This is what you voted for.
Some people, you know, saying, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what I was voting for. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." And if I'm being so honest, it's becoming a little hard to be so accepting or to be a little understanding of people who say, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I had no idea." You know, it's not like we just like.
Yeah. Somebody type Latinos for Trump. Somebody type white adjacent in the chat room. Latinos voted for Trump because they thought it would give them a leg up. See, we support the white male candidate. Forget that, Jamaican lady by way of India. Forget her, right? We know what you did. Don't lie now, okay? Don't. We have the video footage. We know what you did. We know what you did. We remember, okay? Stop, cut it out. This is you. Right here. See what you did. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can get it.
Vote for Mr. Trump! Yes! Mr. Trump! We love you! We love you! All the way to the White House!
Beyond betrayal. They used us. They actually, during the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that it was not going to touch the documented people.
I will vote for Donald Trump.
This y'all, man. Beat, man. Yeah, what you did. We know what you did. You did it on purpose. Speaking of which, shout out to the real Scoosh. Thank you so much, baby. I appreciate you so much for the super chat. I'm gonna make sure I give everybody a shout out when we get to the end of this broadcast. But speaking of which, the other thing, and we're talking about Renee, good. I think one of the first questions a lot of people asked when they saw that this woman who was out protesting against Trump or Trump's ICE enforcement, and again, we all agree that we need to get illegal aliens out of here. I think the staunchest Republican would also agree that the manner of enforcement is too far. But I want you to check this out. Listen to this very, very carefully.
That the young woman who was had a tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. Learned him. I don't know. He Trump fan. He was all for Trump. Loved Trump. And you know, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, "Oh, he loves you. He was a." I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's hard situation. But her father.
Did you hear what he said? I want you to hear that again.
I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, you know, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, "Oh, he loves you. He was a." I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans.
All right. So what you just heard Donald Trump, our current president, say is that Renee Good's mama and daddy were huge Trump fans. Okay. So I guess we have to understand that I don't know what Renee's position was. I don't know where she's coming from, and she's not here with us. But her parents, like a lot of white folks' parents, supported Donald Trump. And the fact that Alex was, 2A all the way, so to speak. I mean, he took the time to get a concealed carry license. I mean, he's probably pro-gun rights. I don't know how he would fall on the political spectrum, but that in itself makes him not the typical left-leaning, radical, progressive, conservative, nut job. Okay, because there's extremists on both sides, and we just have to understand that. I mean, think about that. Okay, you need to just weigh that out also. All right, and then we'll go back to what we're doing. Y'all hit the number one button. Let me know if you can hear clearly.
Why was Alex Preddy involved in a targeted operation that had absolutely nothing to do with him? This shooting in Minnesota is an absolute mindfuck, you guys. The story is changing as the details are unfolding. Did Alex Preddy involve himself in police business? Was he obstructing justice? Was he impeding upon an arrest? Alex Preddy, 37-year-old ICU nurse of Minnesota, U.S. citizen. What was he doing? What was he thinking? Facts remain until it's changed. Department of Homeland Security were in the midst of a targeted operation. They were going after an undocumented man, presumably 51 years old, that had committed a violent assault. Somewhere in there, Alex Preddy approached the officers. He was armed. This is going to be one hell of an investigation. The left is already spinning this story. They will never tell the whole truth. They will never share what Alex was doing with a loaded gun.
Alex was exercising his Second Amendment right, and he was within his rights to do that. And see, here's the problem that I have with left-leaning and far-right, black people. I don't like extremists either way. Okay. I like thoughtful, honest Americans. It doesn't, and I tell you guys all the time, I'm a registered Democrat, but I vote Republican. And I actually voted for Donald Trump the last couple of times because that was in my interest to do so. Now, if you are a union person or you have a union, you should probably vote Democrat. Vote your interest is what I'm telling you. But see, this particular rhetoric where she's saying what was he doing out there? What was he, questioning this man who is clearly out there protesting against a system that is targeting black and brown immigrants. See, a lot of black people, especially foundational black Americans and a lot of immigrants, they don't know the history of this country. It's been white people, well-meaning white people who have put their lives and their fortunes on the line to help liberate black people. Okay? Remember, there was a whole civil war fought. And some of these white folks probably were racist as hell. And I'm going to talk about some of them tonight. But they still did the right thing. They still forced this country to live up to its better angels. And so what we have to do is begin to give these well-meaning white people grace. And so this sort of rhetoric, in my opinion, is hypocritical, especially considering it was the same type of well-meaning white people who helped black people finally fought alongside us so that we can be free. Let's keep going.
Full name, Alex Jeffrey Preddy, if I'm not mistaken. He was a nurse. No criminal record. White male, U.S. citizen. Gunned down by ICE for trying to help a woman. That's what he did. These agents stormed the scene, pushed down a woman. Apparently she was bear sprayed or pepper sprayed. I can't remember what it was, but she was sprayed. And he tried to help her up. They swarmed him. I hear reports saying that he had a gun on him. He didn't brandish it. It wasn't out. I'm here. Took his gun. So I'm going to keep asking this question. You want to wait till November? Because I don't think this is going to stop if we wait till November. I just saw that Tim Walz deployed the National Guard, so we'll see what happens. Please protect yourselves. Look out for one another. Once again, if you want to support me, you can go to my profile.
All right. So a lot of you all have a problem with him having a gun. I just think you all have a problem with people with guns. That's what I think. I think a lot of you all just have a problem with people with guns, and that's fine. But you know, if you don't like guns, that's fine. We have a Second Amendment that says that. And the fact that he was out there filming, he wasn't breaking any laws. Okay, he was not breaking any laws. And so, don't get caught up into this is Texas. We have guns when we're going to the ice cream shop. Okay, we have guns everywhere. Everybody's packing. It's part of the culture. Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. If you got a room full of middle-aged men and middle-aged women, I would argue that there's a good percentage of those men who have firearms with them, and a large percentage of those women who keep one a Saturday night special in their waist or in their purse. So, that's just something that you have to give over. Maybe it's a cultural thing, state by state, but he wasn't doing anything illegal. And you guys got to get over that. All right. Nevertheless, let's keep moving.
How about that white on white crime? White folks, what is your next move, bro? What y'all gonna do? Because as you can see, ICE can do whatever they want to whoever they want. What's the rhetoric that y'all always say to us? If you comply, then you won't. That's what y'all say. That's what y'all say. So if I didn't have a heart, I really would want to give y'all the same rhetoric that y'all give us. But because I do have a heart, I'm not going to say that. But this should open your eyes to what black folks, say. Like that there was an abuse of power here. Multiple people, he's getting swung on, and then, a pew pew shot goes off. Okay? They are literally turning y'all into ninjas.
Yeah.
Welcome to being a ninja. Welcome to America. But after all, these
white folks been wanting to say the N-word. Somebody type N-word. They've been wanting to say the N-word for about the past 20 years. Now you're getting treated like them. Okay, everybody wants to be an N-word until you start getting treated like that. I'm not talking about black people. Black Americans, there's a difference between black Americans and N-words. They're treating you all like N-words. The problem that black Americans have with getting treated like N-words is that we don't deserve that. But there are some N-words that get N-word treatment, and most black Americans will say, yep, that's about right. Okay, So, and again, we have to give these well-meaning white people grace. Okay, it's white people like this who, put it all on the line. And see, at the end of the day, Renee and Alex were under the impression that they were making a change, and so we have to give them grace. But let's move on to the next video. We got a lot of work to do tonight. Y'all hit the #1 button, and we're gonna keep it pushing.
In Minneapolis this morning on video, a literal gang of what I count 7 ICE agents wrestling one person to the ground. Midway through the video, one of the agents starts punching the guy in the face repeatedly. And then seconds.
No, he wasn't punching him in the face. What he had in his hand apparently was like a piece of metal, maybe a taser. I don't know what he had, but he was hitting him in the head with that object. Okay, so let's
later, 5 shots fired, almost an entire magazine dumped into one body on the ground. And there are several videos circulating online of how the altercation started. From what I can see, the person who was killed, the person who was executed, was recording ICE, as they have their right to do. And the pigs don't like that. So check me out. I am fully 110% at the point where you don't deserve my vote in any election if abolishing ICE ain't at the top of your priority list. Because
again, I don't think, now this young man is entitled to his opinion. We definitely need immigration enforcement. But what most people, and I'm just going to say what most thoughtful Americans have a problem with, is the way in which it's being enforced. And the federal government is now overstepping. It's infringing on our 4th Amendment, 5th Amendment, and 14th Amendment, our rights to unlawful search and seizure. This is the issue that most thoughtful Americans have. Okay, now I'll let you all marinate on that, and we'll move on to the next video. Hit the #1 button if you can hear it clearly.
Are starting to understand what it feels like to be black in this country. They are now losing that sense of privilege that they had because they were white. I remember in 2016 when Donald Trump first got elected, I was heavily against Donald Trump. I saw him as a racist, as a fascist, right? And as I watched what was going on, I started to understand that it wasn't so much about racism. He wasn't the issue. Donald Trump wasn't the issue. It was the people who supported him. Why should I really be mad at a mouthpiece for all of the gripes that white America has with America? The thing is that white America thinks that their issue is with black folks. They think that their issue is with Black Lives Matter. They think that their issue is with black issues. And really what it is that white men and white people are starting to understand what it feels like to be black in this country.
Yeah.
They are now losing that sense of privilege that they had because they were white. And now they're finding out, well, it's not about being white. It's about whether or not you're rich. And they're realizing that they're poor.
Yes.
And
all you poor whites, those rich white people don't care about you. And I think what they did was they lied to you, and then they made you think that, oh, well, you're better than those black people. And now they're treating us all like N-words. But there are still black people who've done very well for themselves, largely because we've learned how to deal with the system. A lot of white people are used to, or they dream about or fantasize about what life was like back in the 50s, when you can get a job. The jobs were plenty. You could always get a job working at some sort of plant, some blue collar job. Cars were inexpensive, homes were inexpensive. But what they're not telling you, and what most people don't seem to understand, is that in the 1950s, the rest of the world was flattened. China was flattened. Shout out to Sonjak. Europe was rebuilding itself. Hell, India and all these other countries were basically non-existent and not competitors at all. So the only place in the free world where you could have industry that was stable in a workforce was the United States. So we literally had no competition for 15, 20 years. And then Japan built itself. Europe came back. We start getting competition. And so, if you're the only supplier and you have work that needs to be done, you're going to get your citizen. Everybody's going to have a job. Black people had jobs. Yeah, sure. No problem. Come on in. We'll give you a job. We were the manufacturing hub of the world, but we didn't have any competition. And then on top of that, the cars were crap. So that's why you could buy a car with three months salary. You can get a house for $7,000, but the houses were crap too. They had a bunch of little cheap houses. They sold your house. You got to, so you can live out there. But those factors, that environment is never going to exist again. So the America that we have right now is the best it's going to be. It's only going to get worse with the onset of AI. So, and at this particular point, the rich white people, the elites, they don't care about poor white people. They never did. They just lied to you and made you feel as though you were better than black people. So you'd be punching down instead of looking up, realizing that, the vast majority of the wealth is held by a small percentage of people, and you're never going to get any of it. And that's the way they keep your target focused on somebody else. And so now, where you used to have at least the privilege of not getting beat up or shot by the police, they're even stripping that away. Let's keep going. Hit the number 1 button.
It's insane, isn't it? It's insane. Watching the state come in your neighborhood, come in your communities, murder people, and then tell the public that that person was dangerous. When you saw it with your own eyes. Could you imagine how much more crazy it would be if one day you looked up and the video evidence was just gone?
Yeah.
It would make you feel like you're a crazy person.
Yeah. Alex Petit didn't even have a criminal record. The man had a concealed carry license, which means they had done an extensive background. He was not dangerous, and neither was Renee. Good. It's just a bunch of hogwash. It's not unsimilar to innocent black people who are targeted by the police. And if there was something about any one of those folks, they would have dug it up and put it all on the internet by now. All right. So any of you all who still think that Alex Petit was dangerous or Renee Good was dangerous, you're delusional and you're being cowardice. You don't want to accept the fact that the privilege that's always protected white people from police brutality is now faded. And there's a reason for that. And I'm going to talk about that later this week. Okay. The makeup of ICE, and let me tell you, I'm the first one that's going to say it. The makeup of ICE is not black or white. It's predominantly foreign. And I'm going to talk about that. So that's breaking news, okay, from Uncle D. And I'll show you where you can look at this research and you can get it yourself. But we'll deal with that later this week. The majority of the ICE agents are not black American or white American, okay? They're not even Asian American, all right? But the bottom line is there's a reason why you hear a bunch of accents coming from these ICE agents, all right? You literally have a bunch of foreign nationals hired by ICE to police heritage Americans and foundational black Americans and largely people that don't even like us or like America in general. Just keep that in mind. Hit the number 1 button.
It would be surreal. How absurd would that be? To see it with your own eyes and then go home. And then there's the government on the television telling people there's no war in Ba Sing Se. Mm-hmm. Isn't it insane when you saw that this person was and then could you imagine having people be like, I don't know. I know they just killed that person, but he did. In 2011, he did have a run-in with the police, and he had a little It would be crazy, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. Over and over and over and over and over.
So, you got to expect black people. We allow people. We rubbing it in like this is the same thing we've been telling you. And now it's happening to white folks.
Again.
Somebody type back the blue in the chat room. What happened to back the blue? Somebody type back the blue in the. Are you guys still with back the blue? White woman gets shot by the police multiple times, and my understanding is she had a pulse for 8 minutes after the shooting, and they wouldn't let the guy who said he was a doctor come and try to help her. Okay, somebody type back the blue. All you black folks in the chat room, type back the blue in the chat room. Right? Isn't that what they say? Back the blue, no matter who.
This has been happening in our communities under Democratic leadership,
and
under Republican leadership, under a black president, under a white president, and it is enough to make you feel like you're going crazy.
Right. Isn't that something? Yeah. Well, the thing is, when white people start suffering, things change. So let's see what happens. Keep going.
Minnesota right now is, there are some good stories to talk about out of it. First things first, Renee Good, her death has been classified as a homicide by the medical examiner, which is great news because it does clear the path for the kind of prosecution we hope to see and what happened to.
Yeah. The significance of the county coroner's office classifying Renee Good's death as a homicide, it means that there will be a state prosecution at some point. There is no statute of limitations on murder. So well after Donald Trump is no longer in office, as soon as the state of Minnesota finds out who the identity of this ICE officer or any of those officers, they can go ahead and subpoena them. And there's really nothing that the federal government can do about a state prosecution. It's the reason that they couldn't do anything about Donald Trump when he was being prosecuted in Fulton County, Georgia, okay, by Fonnie Willis. You can't do anything. You can't pardon it. You can't do anything. So, to all you ICE agents out there, you are there will be a day of reckoning. We will find you. There's nothing that the federal government or nothing you can do about it. Okay. Because, and then you're going to have an enraged, as angry as people are with ICE right now, a jury is not going to forget that. Okay. A jury will remember 5 years, 10 years from now, especially since all of this is happening in the same county. You're going to get tried and convicted for all these issues that ICE has with the local communities. Keep that in mind. So you might want to be mindful. Trump is going to go about his business, and you're going to be left to hold the bag. The one thing we should know about Donald Trump is there's always going to be a scapegoat, and it won't be him. And whether you like him or not, I think he's a very effective president, but he is what he is. Hit the number 1 button. Let me know if you can hear this.
To the 37-year-old ICU nurse named Alex Preddy. He was actually just recently identified by his parents, but again, the medical examiner finding that to be a homicide is a good sign for what we just saw happen today. On top of that news, Nikema Armstrong and Chantel Allen, the two activists, and I believe there were other activists involved with this, but these were the activists that were arrested most recently for protesting that church in St. Paul, Minnesota. They are officially free. They were ordered to be released based.
All right, so you guys, that's another story. We'll deal with that another day. But so, you hear a lot of black people talking about this issue, and a lot of black folks have a lot to say about it. I'm not going to, I have some more videos. I'm not going to play them all, but I would like to get a couple more in, because then we got to move on to some other folks. Y'all hit the number 1, but let me know you can hear clearly.
If America had listened to black people when we warned against unchecked police and state force, then perhaps what happened to Alex Preddy today, a registered nurse, would not have happened. Because I'm seeing a pattern of at least 3 things that ICE is doing that the police have been doing to black people for years. First, they're violating his rights, right? They're going over and assaulting him with no probable cause, no reason, nothing lawful. It's an unlawful command. They're not even commanding him. They're just going over and beating him up. And this is the same thing that happened within the black communities. The police go in, harass black people, and then cause a scene, and then arrest the black people that they've harassed. Right. That's what's happening here. The second thing that they do is that they rewrite what happens. After they kill the person, arrest the person, whatever, then they change the narrative. Now they're saying that he was coming at them brandishing a weapon. Do you see a weapon here? No, he had a camera. Now he did have, and he was licensed to carry a gun, which he had holstered, but he was not brandishing a weapon at him. They're rewriting the narrative to make them seem like the heroes and to see the person that they executed as if he is the villain. This again is something that happens frequently within the black community. After they've killed black people, they killed a black man, they say, well, he was coming at us. He was attacking us. We were in fear for our lives. I had a client who was shot in the center of his back. The police said, oh, we were in fear for our lives. How?
Yeah, Alex was not a danger. All right, the cops didn't even know he had a concealed weapon on him until they approached him, okay? So anybody who's trying to come in here with that crock of crap, okay, saying that he did something wrong purely because he was exercising his Second Amendment rights, you need to go find another country to go to, because that's not the America that we live in. Let's keep listening.
He was running away from you. Again, the rewriting of the narratives. They learned this from the police. And then third and finally, the thing that I see consistent across ICE and police is that they demonize the person that they murdered. Listen, this is Alex Preddy, again, a registered nurse in the ICE.
Only thing he was doing was exercising his right to film. We have a right to free speech and freedom of expression. This man was exercising his First and Second Amendment rights. There's nothing wrong with that. Look, you can be a right-wing conservative. You can be a left-wing nut, whatever you are. We are not going to forget the Constitution. Okay, we're not going to allow convenience and cowardice to do away with the rights, that the hard-fought rights that our ancestors fought for. I can trace my heritage back to 1780. My family has been in this country for a long time. I have ancestors that fought in every war, from both Iraqs all the way back to before most of your ancestors got here. And so what we're not, and that's too much blood. It's too much sacrifice for us to allow the convenience associated with, this law enforcement episode. And I don't want to say too much, but we don't want, just because this is what you want right now, we're not going to allow this to infringe on our rights, because it makes you feel better if you can justify this killing. That's just a bunch of crap. Let's keep it pushing.
ICU unit at the VA hospital. He was a government worker. And from all that I've seen online, people loved him. Even in the video, he was helping the two women who were being harassed by the police. He was not there as this monster. Right. But now you have Kristi Noem on camera saying that he came there with a gun that was loaded and clearly intended to do some harm. And so making him out to be this sort of terrorist in waiting. And that's just absolutely outrageous. And it's also outrageous that the whole Second Amendment people who said that they wanted their guns somehow now find this to be problematic and signs of terrorism.
I do have a problem with that.
And let's not forget
you can't on one hand be pro gun rights and pro 2A, and then you have a problem with this man carrying a concealed weapon in a lawful manner. That's a bunch of crap. You're the biggest loser in this broad. Now you can never open your mouth again and profess your rights for the Second Amendment. You can carry your weapon anywhere where it's lawful to do it in the United States. That's the only thing that separates this country from the rest of the shithole countries around the world, where they disarm the citizen and then strip them of their rights. You need to cut it out. All of you guys with that. They're hypocrites. You're hypocrites. Period. And especially Black Americans. You especially, the reason they came up with the gun laws in the first place was because the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense over there in California, when Reagan was the governor, they stormed the state Capitol building, and then Reagan cracked down and said, yeah, we got to get rid of this open carry thing. And that created a whole cascade of laws. You don't know what you're doing, because you're too afraid to admit that law enforcement is wrong, that their enforcement tactic, and I'm talking about the immigration, ICE enforcement, you don't want to admit that they're overstepping their bounds. You're too cowardice to admit that. You're willing to say, oh, well, he just shouldn't have been out there in the first place. And if he was out there, he shouldn't have had a gun with him. F you. Get out of here. Stop being a coward. Stop being a coward. Just grow up and admit, the cops were wrong in this case. I don't like it, right? The man was doing nothing wrong. It was a bad shoot, period. It was just a bad shoot. Get over it. Let's keep pushing.
Kristi Noem also called Renee Good a domestic terrorist. But is this not also something that we see the police do with black people when they murder them? Say that they were on drugs, that they had this history, all these things to demonize them as if they deserve death.
Exactly what they're doing
in that moment.
Sadly,
we all know this is not going to be the last incident, right? It was only 2 weeks ago that we saw the first incident where someone was murdered. But it's just remarkable to me that the people who came and said, oh, why are you saying Black Lives Matter, all lives matter? And it was like, no, we're trying to tell you that if you allow for one group of people to be demonized, then everybody's at risk. Furthermore, if you truly believe that all lives matter, then you need to stand up for justice for Alex, for Renee, for the immigrants who've been kidnapped and taken God.
Yeah, these are American citizens that are dying. But anyway, so here's the thing. Again, I'm not here to I'm here to challenge you all, because I'm not one of those right-wing black conservatives. I'm not some lefty liberal. I'm gonna make you uncomfortable as possible. Now, here's the thing. Let's talk to the white people. All the white people come to the front of the room. And I want to talk to the white people that check overtly racist other white people in systems. You know that uncle, that likes to let the ER fly? Somebody type ER in the chat room. You know that uncle of yours that every time you bring him over there, he's always letting the ER fly. That hard ER. Right? And nobody ever says anything. And then that 1 year during Thanksgiving, you finally say, hey, cut it out, right? Shout out to you. This is for you. Those white people. I want those white people to come to the front of the room. All right? White people that check other overtly racist white people deserve credit. But here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. All right, other overtly racist white people. And see, here's a distinction that we need to make, okay, because it denotes something. Even the white people who are checking overtly racist white people are themselves still permeated by the system and the brainwashing, okay? You can't get around it, whether they recognize it or not, okay? And that includes most of these liberal white women and most of these left-leaning white men, right? Hell, even if you got a black husband, baby, even if you got a black baby daddy, you got a half black child, right? You love black culture, all you folk, you love black music, you like black fashion, you vote correctly, you say the right things, and you genuinely detest racism. And it also includes the white man who grew up in the black neighborhood, right? You went to all the cookouts, the dances, you got black teammates, you got that black friend, somebody type black friend in the chat room, right? Your black best friend from childhood. You idolize black athletes. You know our history better than us. You've probably been dipping you got a couple of black girlfriends in your past. All of you guys. All of these well-meaning white people who sincerely oppose overt racism, still harbor bigoted and prejudiced and racist assumptions, in these blind spots. And that's not an insult. I'm not insulting you. I'm just being honest. Let's tell the truth. All right. And if you talk to your black friend about it, if they're really your friend, they'll tell you, yeah, Tom, you said a couple of things, but I know it's just you, right? You got to be honest with ourselves here about what racism actually is. Bigotry, racism, prejudice, classism, they did not start with white people. If we go back to the earlier civilizations, we see people separating themselves by language, by customs, by religion, and even physical features. Human beings have always drawn lines between us and them. And so that means racism is not just a social construct imposed by one group. It is also a human defense mechanism. It's embedded in humans and how we organize and how we protect ourselves and how we define identity, because racism is a human trait. How dare you say that, Dennis? We're trying to get over racism. No, racism is everywhere. It's not going anywhere. You don't end it. You manage it. You restrain it. You civilize it. But pretending otherwise is a fantasy. Now, notwithstanding the fact that white supremacy and racism also cause real harm to white people, something nobody ever talks about, we should still take a moment to extend grace where it's warranted. We can acknowledge that these white people, they may be biased, right? They may be imperfect, but they're still doing something necessary when it comes to checking overt racism. That's what Renee Good and Alex Preedy was doing. Okay, and that matters. It matters. And all these other white people around the country, ICE is not looking for white people. ICE is passing over illegal white immigrant neighborhoods, going straight for the black and brown neighborhoods. If we would just leave ICE alone, they would just go straight after the black and brown people. No illegal white immigrant is on the top of the list that I know of, based on what I see. Okay? So what these white folk are doing, it matters. It matters because unchecked, overt racism is socially corrosive, it's psychologically unhealthy, and it's historically dangerous. So yes, credit where credit is due, but let's not confuse opposition to overt racism with the absence of prejudice or bigotry altogether. Those are not the same thing, okay? And see, here's the thing. It's been white people who stood up to other white people in overt racism since they deserve credit, okay? But again, the key emphasis on the phrase other white people, that distinction matters. Even when white people confront blatant racism, that doesn't automatically mean they're free of racist assumptions and bias or unexamined privilege. It means they recognize a moral boundary crossed and took action. And I'm cool with that. So let's give a hand to the white people who check the overt racism. And I'm especially talking to you black folks, because but for them, our fight would have been a lot harder. Now, I just so happen to have some footage of white people. Somebody type white people in the chat room. Somebody type white friend in the chat room. Where are all the white people in the chat room? All the white people who check, this is for you. Look, this is white night tonight. We are white night tonight. Okay, so I want y'all to enjoy it. Hit the number one button. Let's keep it pushing.
Words that you can see in the video quite literally are, "That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you." These guys want us to believe that this woman is a terrorist.
She is not that.
I'm not mad at you.
These were her last words, man. You can literally see her plushies from this camera angle. In her glove compartment box, there's a dog in the back of the car. They want us to believe that the fucking ICE agent was not power tripping and in a moment of panic unloaded 3 shots from close range onto this person. And all of these other people are trying to fucking engage in post hoc rationalizations as to why the state sanctioned murder was totally fine. They want you to think she's the threat. They are trying to say that from this angle, it shows that she was clearly trying to kill him. You can straight up see the car turning away from him.
Get out of the car.
If you think that this is proof that she was trying to, she's a terrorist who's trying to murder this ICE agent. If you look at this video and see anything but an ICE agent who has hurt feelings and is quick draw McGraw, never even remotely in a situation where his life is threatened at all, and he just unloads. If you see anything but that, you are out of your fucking mind. I'm going to play this part one more time. Her last words to her murderer.
Yeah, we're gonna, so this is them. Let's let the white people cook. Come on, somebody type, keep cooking. Hit the number 1 button. Keep on cooking. Okay.
Grow up.
I am grow up. I'm 54 years old.
Well, no, you're not.
Yeah.
Doing this shit.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Why, can you tell me why you voted for Trump?
Because he's helping us out.
He's helping you out?
Yes, he
How is he
is.
helping you out?
Well, he done lowering gas down.
Does the president control gas prices?
Yeah.
How does he control gas prices?
Oh, bullshit. You're a fuck. You know what you are.
What am I?
Motherfucker.
Oh,
That's what you are.
I'm gonna be nice to
Well,
you. Actually, I was gonna be nice to you until you called me that. But I think as a woman voting for Trump, you're a piece of shit. And is that your husband? He's a piece of shit.
I'm her fucking I'm her son.
Oh, and you're a piece of shit too.
Call me piece of shit.
You're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm ready to go to jail. I'm ready to put you in the hospital.
Punch me. Punch me.
I'm ready to put you in the hospital.
Do it.
Come on.
I do it.
Call my mom.
Do it. I'm right here.
The man is walking around with my man is in Florida with an F Trump shirt on, just riding around in his Harley with a flag on the back of his
Come on, do it.
He got off the
Do
bike.
it. Oh, you're a Trump supporter too?
He got that John Brown.
Hey, your mom's a piece of shit.
You're a motherfucker.
Your mom, hey, and you're a piece of shit too.
Your mama. Somebody type your mama in the chat room.
That old lady said I was a motherfucker.
I tell you, you white folks, something else. All right, yeah, let's move on to the next one. Hit the number 1 button, man.
Are not happy. I'm Kylie, and I grew up in a very conservative area. I wanted to say that a lot of white people genuinely live some of the most miserable and isolated lives that you could even imagine. I think there are 3 reasons for this. The first is that there is just a general idea of just hyper-individualism and hoarding of resources. A lot of them are extremely stingy, don't tip well, and also don't donate to local charities. They're very isolated, and what few friends they have, their connection is built upon shared bigotry, which is obviously not a strong connection. Number 2, a lot of white people feel a sense of emptiness. They have the job, the car, the career, the kids, the Bible, but they
Does she have a black boyfriend? Because she's talking like she's got a black boyfriend. This sounds. I've heard this sort of talk before. I'm not. I don't know. This is my first time encountering her, but she's talking mighty sporty. It sounds to me like she got a black boyfriend. She's been empowered, so to speak. Let's continue.
they don't feel that sense of fulfillment. I think it's because the subliminal messaging that white people get from birth is that they're so much better than everybody else. And once you're in that sort of position, you will not allow yourself to open up to other people and opportunities that would genuinely bring you joy and fulfillment. And the third reason is that a lot of white people genuinely feel like equality is the oppression of white people. That means other people getting rights means that some of ours get taken away somehow, which obviously isn't true and shows the hyper-competitive need.
Yeah, I don't think she's speaking for all white people, but I think she's speaking from her experience. And it may be
of being white.
I don't know. I'm not a white woman. I couldn't tell you, but
America.
Respect your experience, ma'am. Go ahead, Becky. Go ahead. Let's move on to the next one and see what else they have to say. Hit the number 1 button. All right.
You trying to look racist bitch. Find me next and more lover. Now Ryan, I know you think you're funny, but you know what's really funny? Your balding hairline. Or you trying to look cool standing between these two vehicles, looking like Pillsbury Doughboy joined the Fast and the Furious.
So my man has a black girlfriend, and this cat right here said some stuff about it, and this dude tracked him all the way down to his house.
And now you posing on these motorcycles like you in the swimsuit model edition. But you want me to find you a little fruit cup? Okay, no problem.
He got that black girlfriend energy.
See, it's real easy, Ryan, but you know what I can't wrap my head around is the fact that you left this comment on a video of a guy calling me the same.
So that's his girlfriend. She hot. Why do white dudes always get the best looking black girlfriends? Look at that, man. Well, you pulled you a baddie. Look at that, man. She got neck, collarbone, and everything. Real hair.
Same thing that got over 16 million views. And it was trending so much on YouTube that it was the number 57 video in the entire country. If you haven't checked it out, link in bio, because it's really good. But back to you, Ryan, because you want me to find you, so let's do it. See, Pillsbury Doughboy likes to drive his fast cars, right? And he posts about these cars, but he hides the license plate. Ooh, almost had it, but you hit it. You blurred it out. Ooh. Oh, there it is. Looks like you made it.
Oh, no, we got to get past that. We don't want to get involved in this.
Their license plates as well. And I see right. Everything I need to know about you. But in all honesty, I didn't even have to do that, Ryan. Because your name and your birth year is literally your username. And then I matched that with the state on the license plate, and then
man, he found his house. Let's go on ahead. So anyway, this is white people. So basically, my man he has a black girlfriend, and this other dude says some racist stuff, and this reminds me of the dude from the Navy who tracked the guy from the Navy down. But anyway, let's keep going.
For quite a while, I saw how they treated white people. It's not very good.
See, this is dumb because I've only had a black person treat me poorly one time in my entire life. Actually, 2 times in my entire life. And the first time was at LA Fitness. We were playing basketball, and I missed a couple of open 3-pointers, which there comes a point as a Caucasian where you have to say, hey, sorry, that's on me. And the second time was with my roommates. I didn't know what Tony Satchery's was. And he was frustrated, which I don't think Tony's is like a black person thing, but
no, somebody spelled Tony Satchery. Somebody, if you spell Tony Satchery without Googling it, I will call your name out. Okay, I will call your name out in your city. Look, Tony Satchery is not black. He is Cajun. Okay. However, having explored Louisiana for umpteen years, I know these things. I know Tony Satchery's. Be mindful. It's not salt. Don't run your blood pressure up using it. But anyway, my man is on point. Let's keep listening.
He was just having a rough day, and I didn't season the food well in that stage of my life. So 2 times, that's it.
You would get beat up if you said something racial to a black person.
You saw that happen?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, God forbid you say something racial to a black person and then they want to beat you up over it.
Yeah,
I mean, this country is just falling apart.
Almost exclusively white communities exist all around the United States off of paper merely because of socioeconomics. And
I like to think that whoever put this mini documentary together was like, hey, we need some B-roll footage. Yo, crackers, what do y'all like to do in your spare time? And Sid the Sloth was like, well, we like to play with our swords.
I want my kids to be taught that their ancestors did great things, not that they were the villains of history.
Why do racist white people always talk about our ancestors like they're so great? Our ancestors were so awesome. They were the heroes of the story. Why do we talk about white excellence today? Cooper Flagg just dropped 35 on the Clippers. Our ancestors never did anything that impressive, ever.
The first community that really went after us was the r/Jewish subreddit.
Well, I actually, I didn't see that coming.
I mean, I do have Mein Kampf, but I think that's just historically relevant.
Who wrote that one?
Mein Kampf?
Yeah.
Hitler.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Anyway, and another thing, let me just, I want to get a caveat in there. White people from South Louisiana, below Baton Rouge, you don't count. None of this applies to you. You all you're barely white yourself. Most of you all are. Shout out to all you all. They season their food. They use rags when they go to the bathroom. You all don't count. So just y'all, just some very light skinned. You don't. All the white people from South Louisiana, none of this applies to you. You all are a different breed. They twerk, they dance, they can rap, they cook with seasoning. They they wash all their meat. Okay, they keep their dogs outside. I'm saying they're a different kind of breed of white people down there. Shout out to South Louisiana. Hit the number 1 button. Let's keep it pushing.
Less lethal launcher directly at protesters 5 times in less than 5 minutes. And this happened just after an ICE agent killed Renee Good in Minneapolis, just a block away. It's a clear example of how federal agents' aggressive crowd control measures are risking injury or death for protesters and appearing to violate Homeland Security's own policies. Our partners at Bellingcat analyzed each of these 5 shots fired by Agent EZ-17, an agent who's part of the Specialized Border Patrol Tactical Unit, or BORTAC, and has accompanied Commander Gregory Bavino in
white people telling on other white
Minnesota and elsewhere. The first shot was fired just outside the crime scene perimeter around where ICE agent Jonathan Ross killed Renee Good. After pushing a man to the ground, Agent EZ-17 turns to a different protester who was not involved in physical contact, aims at their face, and fires. The cloud dispersed from the barrel is consistent with muzzle blast 40mm munitions designed to deliver chemical irritants into an area of 30 feet from the weapon. The same cloud can be seen in the next 2 shots. After being hit with a snowball, the agent turns toward where the snowball came from and fires at the face of a man filming. After another snowball hits another agent, that agent chases the protester and maces him. EZ-17 pushes the man, then aims at his face and fires. Another 2 shots are fired, first at this person banging on the side of a border patrol truck. Tear gas is deployed by another agent, which is still visible when EZ-17 fires the last shot towards this crowd just before the agent enters their truck.
Shout out to him.
To conquer Greenland.
Well, we think it's clearly an imperialist move. Denmark is.
These are a couple of young fellas in Scandinavia. I believe they're in Denmark. Keep it
Like caught in the middle as like an imperialist colonial.
So imperialism. Keep in mind it was white people conquering other white people. You know, doing bigoted stuff to other white people. No, you're from Ireland. You're horrible. I'm better than you. Blah blah blah. The Irish and England/Scotland have been fighting each other for years, the centuries, if you will. So, you know, they started racism in their own, those European enclaves. Let's keep it pushing.
Power. There's war between the imperialist powers for the resources. What are some of those resources that are particularly valuable in Greenland?
I don't know much about the resources, but they do have like many rare earth metals and stuff like that. That's clearly very valuable.
I'll be back. Somebody type "I'll be back" in the chat room. I'll be back.
But I don't know what the prospects are for getting them out. I think the main thing for US imperialism is like the security concerns against the imperialist counterparts, right? Against China, against Russia. The Danish ruling class, they don't want to give Greenland away to American ruling class, right? They want the power that comes with having Greenland. They want the relevancy. But
they want the power that comes from pump you up. Remember that from Saturday Night Live? They want the power from being able to lift strong weights, but you're not a manly man. You're a small, puny man. You need to lift more weights. I can't take no more of this guy. Let's move on to somebody else. Shout out to him, man. But he was making he's basically just talking about imperialism. Let's keep it pushing. Hit the number 1 button. White people calling out other white people.
I think I'm getting a little closer to understanding why men my age, particularly white men, are so angry and bitter and upset with everyone that doesn't look like them. And women as well. They're upset with women too. And I think all it is, and you get a great insight into the minds of these people when you read the comments that they post on TikTok. And so that's where I get a lot of my, I guess for want of a better word, understanding on how they think. Anyway, what seems to have happened is in the 50s, right? All the guy had to do was be a financial provider. He'd go to work, not offer any emotional support or vulnerability or awareness or intelligence, not bring anything emotional into a relationship. His component was purely financial. And that was fine in the 50s. It was great. Well, I don't think it was great, but that particular mindseted person would say that was great. And I think that's what they mean when, they say, "I'll make America great again." I think it's kind of, that might be a period in time that they did consider great. Anyway,
right.
What's happened is women have proven themselves to be just as competent in that area as men, if not more so. So women are now amazing financial providers and well set up financially.
Yeah.
A lot of women are, not all, but a lot.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. You hear a lot of these dudes, these far right wing red pill guys, talking about taking women's right to vote away and all that. That's crazy, man. Some of the that's just insane to me, man. I mean, it's like, do you want your daughter to be subjected to one of these assholes out here? Like, do you really want your daughter to be her survival, your grandchildren's survival is subject to the success of this asshole right here, who you probably just met a year or two ago? You don't know much about his upbringing. No, I want my daughter to be able to if I had a daughter, I have sons. But I definitely believe you should empower women. Just, the thing is, you just got to become better men. All men don't deserve the right to mate and reproduce, period. And that's it, and that's something that's happened throughout history. It's just, it's a fallacy that appeared here in the United States because of artificial circumstances. And I talked about that. And at some point in the near future, I'm going to actually have a conversation with you all about the truth about marriage, because marriage was not always that popular here in the United States. Relatively speaking, in 1880, we're now at the marriage levels where we were back then. It was only during the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s that you got that bump, and then it started going back down. But that's not something that people want to talk about, because it's not convenient, because you got a lot of angry men out here who want to blame women for their inadequacies. Okay. And I'm not saying that things aren't fair, and I'm not saying that you don't have everything against you, but it's not like they're throwing you getting drafted and go fight in World War II, fellas. Not like that. I mean, just think about it. Life could be a lot harder, but let's keep pushing.
And that's unsettling for the average white man with an emotional IQ of a piece of wood.
Oh.
Because those women now no longer need a man to be a provider. It's purely that they would enter into a relationship as an equal, not as, and potentially the guy could be dependent on the woman, which makes me chuckle. Anyway, so what's happening is guys are realizing that they bring fuck all to the table, and they don't offer anything that women can't do for themselves and probably do better. So they're now confronted with this cold, harsh reality of women don't want or need them for that reason, and they're floundering. They don't know what to do. I mean, the answer is very simple. They could evolve and spend some time getting to become emotionally intelligent, perhaps. Maybe get in touch with their feelings. Could be something they might look at. But no, these particular people.
Yeah. Again, these are white people dissecting white people's problems. So this is what white people are saying about other white people. And this gentleman is talking specifically about white men. And, we're just listening. Again, kudos to all the white folks who call out their issues. And, we're kind of just talking about the judicial system. But right now you have these two white people, Renee Good and Alex Pretty, who have literally died fighting against what they consider to be racial injustice and, the targeting of black and brown people by immigration. Again, we all agree that illegal aliens, illegal immigrants shouldn't be in our country. We agree with that. I just think folks have a problem with the way in which it's being enforced. We don't like the infringing on our rights as citizens.
Guys, they won't do that. That's too hard.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do instead is they blame everyone else, blame women, blame minorities, blame.
So Richard Burns 3721, I think you said something earlier. See, here's the problem, Richard. The problem is you say brothers don't stay. And I'm assuming you're saying that black men don't stay with their children. I think that's what you're saying. Well, let me help you out with something, because this is not the normal page. See, I'm not just somebody who, you know, I actually know things. And one thing I do know is that you're right. White men do stay, but they also have the highest rate of pedo action and DV action and molestation. So they stay and they have inappropriate relationships with their own children. So is that something that you would like to address, Richard? You're welcome to come in. I'd love to have you come in and tell us what happens when these white men stay with their baby mamas. And it's not just that you stay with your baby mamas. White men also get married to other women, and they do the same thing to the children that are in the household. So Richard, I'd love to have you come in and we can talk about what actually happens when white men stay in the relationships with their wives and their children's their new wives' children, you know, and I can pull up the FBI stats and we can just talk about that for the next hour or so, and you can explain that. You can also explain the alcoholism issue they're having. You can talk about the self-deletion rate amongst white men. Since you want to go racist, we can do that, okay? Because, you know, I don't mind. I would love for you to come in and explain why is it that these white men feel compelled to have inappropriate sexual relationships with that's horrible. Are you kidding me? We need you all to explain that. I need you to come to the front of the room, Richard, and explain that, because that's not what we wanted to talk about tonight. But if you're going to be racist, then we need to go ahead and we need to talk about that. Now, the truth is there was a study that came out by the CDC in 2015. It came out in the last December in 2015. And it says that black men are the most involved fathers in America. So even though we don't live with the mothers and we're not necessarily always married to the mothers, we're still the most involved fathers. And guess what? We got the lowest rate of Epstein. We'll call it Epstein. We got the lowest rate of Epstein, while you all stay with your children and you Epstein your children. What else would you like to add to that conversation, Richard? Come on in and talk about it. In the meantime, Richard, we'll go ahead and move on to the next video. I'll let you roll that up and smoke it, and we'll continue forward we'll continue forward with this conversation. I'd love to hear what Richard's response to that would be. I'd love to hear
you following us, interfering with us, honking your horn, blocking our cars. You have a very high probability of making a really bad decision and being arrested today, okay?
I think I'm making exactly
I'm not.
the right decision.
Oh, then why are you giving her a warning? I'm giving her a warning to not interfere.
Yeah. And so Bruce, you're here too. No, it's not me saying that, Bruce. It's the CDC. Okay, there's a 2015 report by the CDC that says, yes, black men who are not married to their wives or not married to their children's mothers spend more time with their children than every other race. It's not just you, it's Hispanic, it's Asian, it's everybody. Isn't that amazing? Doesn't that just make us amazing men? The fact that you're with your wife, well, actually, you're probably at the bar. You're probably hanging out at the bar, you know, probably trying to figure out how you're going to Epstein, your stepdaughter or something like that. That's what's happening, Bruce. Okay, so let's cut it out. There'll be a day where we can talk about racist shit. Today is not that day. Okay, we're going to talk. We're congratulating white people who stand up against racist overt system. That's what we're doing. We're having a positive day today. Okay. We're giving applause to white people who have the guts and the balls and the intestinal fortitude not to be cowards and sit back and just go along and get along and duck their heads in the sand like ostrich. No, we're talking to the brave white people who put it on the line for justice. Okay, that's who we're talking about today. We're talking about brave white people who put it on the line for justice, not cowards who want to throw up inflammatory statements that they've heard from these right-wing nuts on the internet. See, this is not that page. We speak the truth over here. And I don't care what color you are. I'm going to smoke you with these facts. And I'm going to do it with a smile, because part of being a good American, part of being an actual real American, and I'm going to separate myself from the rest of you. As I said, I can trace this country back, my existence and my relatives' country back to in this country, 1780. Anything before that doesn't count because it was a colony of Europe. You see, it was a colony of Great England, the Great Britain, so it doesn't count. 1776 is when the country started. I can trace my heritage back to 1780. So I am the original heritage American. We like to call ourselves foundational Black Americans, but most of you white folks that call yourself white right now, your relatives just showed up in like 1908. So you don't really count to me. And if you guys have been on my page any period of time, unless you fought in the wars and paid the taxes and put your dues in, you can take your ass back to Ireland. You can go back to Spain. You can go back to Italy. The only white folks I like are real white people. The white folks who were here as settlers, not the immigrants. You understand what I'm saying? There we are. So that's where I'm at. If I had my druthers, I would send all of y'all home. I would have closed Ellis Island. America was fine before you all showed up, and we'll be fine afterwards. That's my opinion. Doesn't matter if you're white, Black, African, Latino, Asian. Get your ass out of here if you don't like our country. See, white people, real white Americans and real foundational Black Americans have an understanding. That does not necessarily mean we get along all the time. What it means is we come together when our country is under attack. We come together when our rights are under attack. We fight against enemies, domestic and foreign, whether we're talking about the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, Vietnam, World War I, World War II. That's what real Americans do. And see, you assholes want to come in and be divisive. So don't try to separate me from the other Americans with your racist shit. That's that European trait that you all brought over here. That's that old world mentality. Take it back where you got it from. Now we're going to continue being positive. Somebody type positivity in the chat room. Somebody type white friends in the chat room. Somebody type white allies in the chat room. That's where we are. We're not going to drag this into the gutter of that low level bullshit. Okay, that you all like to do another. I'm going to get, and look, if you want to come in, you're welcome to come in. I might open up the chat room later on, depending on how this things go. But we're on some positivity. We're congratulating the white folk who stand in the cut. All the John Browns, all the Abraham Lincolns. That's who we're talking to, our white friends tonight. Okay, like Alex and Renee, because they gave a great sacrifice. Okay, the blood of patriots was spilled in January 2026. People who believe in the First and Second Amendment and who believe in justice and equality, that's who Renee was. That's who Alex was. Not you assholes sitting here saying they deserve it. And it's a shame. We have a word for Black people who do that. We call them sellouts. So as far as I'm concerned, all of you over here trying to blame, you white folks blaming Alex and Renee for being, it's their fault for being unalived by these tyrants. You're sellouts. You're not even patriots. You're scumbags as far as I'm concerned. And you can kick rocks. But let's proceed. Praise God. Hallelujah.
Interfere with what we're doing to not make a bad decision today and ruin your life.
Well, bad
okay,
decisions.
thank
That's
you.
Funny coming from you.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you. Have a good day.
I hope you have a terrible day.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. See that little liberal white woman talking stuff? Oh boy. Go ahead, little white lady. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate her. We like her. We like her.
Hold on. Watch out, it's slippery.
Yeah, you got all these foreigners in ICE uniforms that been hired by the federal government, and I mean the large percentage of these ICE agents are foreign. That's why they keep the damn mask on. I'm gonna talk about that later on this week. And then they got these people who don't even understand American culture or how Americans get, how we interact. And you got them around here shooting people. And you assholes are supporting this. You're a bunch of sellouts. You're not even patriots.
Yeah, there's a lot of ice around here. Just so you know, if we continue to have you follow us, okay, have fun. Don't make a bad decision today.
What is illegal is stopping people unconstitutionally.
Yeah, it's not illegal. I mean, look, here's the thing. These are Americans exercising their rights, all right? And anybody who has a problem with Americans exercise, you're in the wrong country. All right, let's keep it pushing. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear me clearly. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear it clearly. I appreciate what they're doing.
Order you out of your car.
They can stop you. They can ask you a series of questions, but they can't force you out of the car. If they were to stop you, you can ask them at this point, am I under arrest? And if they say no, then you can say, am I free to leave? And you're free to leave. But they can't necessarily force you out of the car, and they don't have the right to basically detain you unless they have some type of reason to arrest you.
Can ICE go into schools on private property?
If they try to enter your private property or private space of a school or anything like that, the school has the perfect constitutional right to say you may not enter unless you have a search warrant signed by a real judge.
Can ICE detain U.S. citizens and people who may not be citizens but have permits to work and live here legally?
No, they enjoy the same constitutional rights as U.S. citizens, and it's the same thing. Unless they have grounds for arresting them, which either means witnessing a crime or having a warrant for their arrest, they may not detain them. And these individuals, if arrested, are entitled to a court hearing where the government has to prove why they're detaining them.
Can the FBI kick Minnesota out of the investigation, which it has done?
They can block them out, but that also means that can the state and local government, Minnesota, Minneapolis, do their own investigation? Yes. This is not productive. This is not good, but the feds can block the state out, and the state and the local are still empowered to be able to do their own investigation.
All right, let's keep it pushing. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear it, but I appreciate that attorney explaining what people's what they can and can't do, or what they should and shouldn't do. Hit the number 1 button.
A pulse 8 minutes after she was shot by an ICE agent. And yet the offer to administer aid from a physician on the scene following his Hippocratic oath was denied. I can't say how much that stirs the blood of everyone behind me here as we try to fulfill our obligation, our oath, and our duty to care for the people of Minnesota. And I believe it stirs the blood of every patriotic Minnesota who knows how we treat each other in this state. So that is what we are here to speak to today as healthcare professionals.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, and black folks, I need y'all to understand something. White people in this country have been brainwashed to be racist and think all of these horrible things. I did that broadcast the other night about Christian nationalism. And even despite the constant onslaught, whether it's in the media, radio, newspaper, whatever, and you still have white people say, nah, that's not right. No, that's not fair. And so despite the racist brainwashing, because I talked earlier about, we know what racism and white supremacy and that programming does to black people and other people who are of color, but we never talk about what this racist bullshit crap does to white people. It makes them think that they're better. And can you imagine thinking you're better or being programmed to believe you're better, and then you actually confront somebody in real life who's better at you than everything? They're better at you than grades. Yeah, they can rely. Oh yeah, but our race is but you're a piece of crap. But you're a loser. Okay? You don't have any money. You don't have an education. You weren't able to cut it through college. There's this black person or this Indian person or this Hispanic person who's better than you. Imagine what that does to them. And that's why you have all these losers on the internet who are angry. They want to lash out. You want to rely on look what white people did. But yeah, you're a loser. But you are a loser. And see, whatever your family or ancestors did, you are a loser. And you are confronted with the fact that you're a loser because you're looking at what you have and what you've attained and what you've accomplished objectively, and you're comparing it to that black guy or that white guy or that Hispanic guy, that Asian guy. And it might be okay if a white guy has it because that's part of your tribe. But when you're a loser and you're comparing yourself to somebody who you've been programmed and brainwashed to believe that you're better than, what does that do to them? And this is the backlash that you see. This is the backlash that you see. Now, see, I say this all the time. You can talk down to me, but you got to look up to talk down to me. And that's how a lot of white folk feel when they see minorities or what we call minorities or other black and brown people doing better. It makes them feel better. Not all white people. But the bottom line is, irrespective of all that brainwashing, you still got white folk who will still stand in the cut, whether we're talking about back during, slavery, when they had the Fugitive Slave Act. The slave catchers would come and harass all these white people in these little towns, and they would take their property, they would sue them, they would put them in jail, and these folks risked it all, even their lives, because they knew slavery was wrong. They knew prejudice was wrong. Same thing with that situation that happened in the 1960s. White folk was getting hit in the head with bricks too. Of course, we were out there in larger numbers. Okay, but when we talk about that, the three civil rights workers who went down to Mississippi, it was 2 white boys and a black boy that got killed. It was 2 white boys and a black boy that got killed. You understand? So shout out to them. Okay. And, but yeah, so this is where I'm at. Now, I know there's a lot of these pro-blacks, all the pro-blacks. How you give it a bit? Yeah, I'm not pro-black. I'm just not. I'm pro-facts. You understand? And we're not going to get away from the actual history because it doesn't fit your narrative. Some of you all are just as bad as the white right extreme racists. Y'all might as well be on the same squad. But we're going to keep it pushing. Hit the number 1 button. Let's see what else we got. All right. Boom.
To Nazi Germany is ridiculous. Do you understand that Nazis made identity a crime? The Trump administration is just deporting people who committed a crime. Democrats are acting like ICE is targeting a specific race when clearly that's not the case. They're just enforcing the law, and that's what Democrats don't like. Yeah, I mean, Nazis were also just following the law. Every other country enforces their own immigration system, but you don't call them Nazi Germany. But no one does systemic racism quite like we do. And we've had this conversation a lot, right? But I think it's important to step back again, because when I compare the US to Nazi Germany, you say it's not the exact same thing, and you're ignoring the fact that I'm pointing out patterns, not explaining identical scenarios. And the pattern is a democracy sliding into authoritarianism. Yeah. Nazis didn't start with extermination. You know this, right? They focused on law and order, public safety. We're just following.
Look, and black people, look, white people know them. They know their culture just like we know our culture. We know us. And we know when it's time to leave the club. You know how you know when it's time to leave the club. You know how that cousin that you don't hang out with anymore, they know each other and they see patterns. They start fascism and blah, blah. They know each other. They know their history. They have their own culture. And so it's imperative that white people begin to check their own injustices and their own racism when they begin to take it too far. Again, as I said earlier, racism is always going to exist. There are black people who are prejudiced. There are black Asian people who are prejudiced. Every group of people are prejudiced. It's just when that prejudice and that bigotry gets systemized, okay, is when you start saying, well, you know what, we'll just label them this and we'll categorically keep them out. All right, that's just, and they do it. They do it in China. They do it in some parts of Africa. I mean, look at the Tutsi. Look at Uganda. Look at the what they did to some of their own black brethren and sisters over there. Okay, some of the massacres that happen. So look, it happens everywhere. All right, and what we're doing is we're giving a shout out to the white folk who are standing in the cut because black people are resting right now. Somebody type, we're resting in the chat. We are resting and seeing these white people put it on the line. We see you, white people. We see what you're doing. And shout out to you for being courageous. Thank you so much for being courageous. And on behalf of all the black people, it's about damn time, but we're not gonna dwell on that right now. But it's about damn time. But anyway, let's keep it. I got a couple more videos, and then we're gonna ease on out of here, man. Y'all hit the #1 button, and let me see. I got one here in particular that I definitely want to play. Check this out.
Racist, and when I was 17 years old, my mom told him that he better get over it because his granddaughter was likely going to marry a black person. My grandfather disowned me. He did not speak to me again until the day that he died, when he fell asleep in his pool chair, dropped a cigarette onto the chair, and he burned alive at 92 years old. But he forgot to write me out of the will, and I got $5,000. Here is to breaking generational curses and fuck racism.
There we go, baby girl. All right, I appreciate this, man. I'm not gonna play too many more. I hope I can get away with this one. This is from the movie Lincoln. I hope I can get away with this. Let me see if I can play it without. I don't want to have any issues. Well, actually, I'll play this one first. Y'all hear these white people calling out other white people.
Middle Passage, white people. Slavery, white people. Jim Crow, white people. Lynchings, white people. Trail of Tears, white people.
Yep, take your talking.
Wounded Knee, white people.
Take your talking to.
Asian internment camps, white people.
Yep.
The vast majority of gun violence, white people.
The vast majority of gun violence, white people unaliving themselves is the big deal too. Let's keep that in mind. Self-unalivement. That's something that shows up as gun violence, but we never talk about it. Y'all have some issues, okay?
Trend, January 6th, white people. Ahmaud Arbery, 3 white guys. George Floyd, white guys. The felon in the White House, a white man. You see a trend? But somehow, the white man has convinced stupid, uneducated, trailer park trash, 3-teeth inbreds, white supremacists, Triple K members, that the brown people picking your almonds and your walnuts and your lettuce and your avocados, somehow they're the fucking problem. They're not. We are. And until we grasp that, we can blame and sit here with all of these left bro podcasters and the Pod Save America and the Midas Touches and talk about, oh, it's the cost of eggs. It's the cost of gas. Fuck it is. No, it's not. Why haven't we had a woman president? Why did we go from a black president to the most corrupt white man in the history of our country? Why did the majority of white people, the only demographic that didn't vote for Harris, and that same demographic didn't vote for Zohran Mamdani? Because we're the problem. Because there is a chunk of this country that is afraid that the white majority is going away. And they're going to kick and scream like little children, like Santa Claus taking away your present, because they think that their traditional family values is going away. And this country and the Republican Party has done a good job of indoctrinating a bunch of white men. And just me saying this, leave this country, lib, that's indoctrination. It's a fact. Every sentence, this is how it goes. Once upon a time, freedom, God, Jesus, freedom, freedom, Second Amendment. I went on vacation to Hawaii, freedom, Second Amendment, freedom, freedom, bed bald eagles, freedom, the greatest in the world. This is how their brains are working because they don't have critical thinking. They've been indoctrinated. And for them to be woke, which means actually seeing this country for what it is, it's breaking their brains because they've been lied to their entire life, and their version of American exceptionalism is bullshit.
That's what I said. Let him cook. Somebody type, let him cook in the chat room.
And they know it is, and they don't want it to be because they want their whiteness to keep them at the top of the food chain. Have yourself a white day.
Oh, damn, boy, you came strong, man. I got one more video I'm gonna let play, and then we gonna keep pushing, man. This is from the movie Lincoln. I hope they let me get away with it. I hope I don't get a copyright strike from it, but we'll do our best to play this background music. And you guys hit the #1 button. This is old Abe.
I saw a barge once, Mr. Yeaman, filled with colored men in chains, heading down the Mississippi to the New Orleans slave markets. It sickened me. And more than that, it brought a shadow down, a pall around my eyes. Slavery troubled me as long as I can remember. In a way, it never troubled my father, though he hated it in his own fashion. To get away from him, he wanted Indiana kept free. He wasn't a kind man, but there was a rough, moral urge for fairness, for freedom in him. I learned that from him, I suppose. We didn't care for one another, Mr. Yeaman.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Loving kindness, that most ordinary thing came to me from other sources. I'm grateful for that.
I hate it too, slavery. But we're entirely unready for emancipation.
You'll have to exterminate and experiment with what it is, when it is. I'm asking only that you disenthrall yourself from the slave powers. I'll let you know when there's an offer on my desk for surrender. There's none before us now. What's before us now? That's the vote on the 13th Amendment. Yeah. It's going to be so very close. You see what you can do.
Yeah, man, you know, people always like to disavow what Lincoln did. You know, they like, oh, he was just trying to keep the states. You know, he could have done that without freeing the slaves. I mean, you know, there was that, you know, old Fred was in his ear, and all those other abolitionists were in his ear also. You know, you have to understand, don't worry about what a politician says. And he was a politician. Focus on what he does. And what Abraham Lincoln did was he freed the slaves in the Confederate States, and he pushed for the 13th Amendment to make it permanent. The Emancipation Proclamation was more of a wartime executive order, okay? And he wrestled with that, whether or not he can enforce it or not, you know? But the bottom line is, you know, we have to give Abraham Lincoln his credit. Again, like I said, we are giving kudos to white people who stand in the cut and fight for justice. We are giving kudos for white people who, after the brainwashing that comes along with white supremacy, they still ignore that and do what's right. Okay, that's God. Okay, and that's the thing. No matter what these, and we all know that race is a man-made construct, and these kids, these white kids, are programmed from birth with this foolishness. But the bottom line is, you still have white people who stand in the cut. Now, here's the thing. Long before the civil rights movement and long before racial equality, you know, was even a mainstream idea, there were white folk who openly challenged the hypocrisy of slavery and racism, and where racism was not only normal, but it was lawful. And they knew it was wrong and it was lawful. Okay, and these folk did they did not dismantle racism. Okay, most of these folks still held their paternalistic and hierarchical views of black people. They still thought they were better than you, but they checked overt racial violence and chattel slavery at the time, when doing so carried real political, social, and economic risk. In other words, they were still racist. They still held these beliefs, these racial beliefs, okay? But they still did the right thing, okay? And see, their importance is not moral purity. Their importance is institutional disruption. Now, I want to talk to you all about some folk that I know you never heard. We're going to learn something. And like I said, if you learn something, I should earn something. All right. We have 4 super chats in the chat room, but don't give me a dime unless you actually learn something you didn't know before. And so we're going to commence at this point. Wilberforce. Some of you all have heard of Wilberforce. Kyle, this man was from Britain. He was a member of Parliament in the UK. He was born in 1759 and died in 1833. And beginning in 1789, he introduced repeated bills to abolish the British slave trade. Did you know that the British abolished slavery before the United States did? Did you know that? Do you know it was the British who fought against those African kings and queens that we worship so much, who still wanted to keep trading slaves? Slave trade is still going on in Africa right now. It's been going on for 1,600 years before the transatlantic slave trade happened. These same kings have been selling your black bodies and your ancestors' black bodies to the Arabs since then. Did you know that? When you keep worshiping Africa, it was the British who put an end to slavery. Yes, they participated in slavery heavily, but it was the British who put an end to it. They were the ones, when you see the Pirates of the Caribbean, the damn pirates were the slave traders. Contraband, what do you think the contraband was? You think those boats were filled with rum and ale? No, they were filled with black bodies. And the British would come along and say, nah, that ain't happening. You understand me? And see, this is the twist in history. Think about that. Disney was racist as hell. Of course, he's gonna come up with a whole theme called Pirates of the Caribbean. What do you think they were pirating? Family? But nevertheless, Wilberforce, he faced fierce resistance from plantation owners, banks, other members of Parliament, and Parliament is our equivalent to Congress, because their money was tied up in the Caribbean sugar markets and the cotton profits. And it was in 1807 that Parliament passed the Slave Trade Act, and it ended Britain's participation in the transatlantic slave trade. And they forced America to do the same thing, you see? And so in 1833, right before his death, he was able to pass the Slavery Abolition Act, and it abolished slavery throughout most, if not all, of the British Empire. Do you know that the Revolutionary War was fought because they knew that Great Britain was about to end slavery in the United States? Because that was part of the British Empire. Matter of fact, they had the Ethiopian, what do they call that? Ethiopian regiment that and that pissed the colonialists off. They basically got a bunch of black people, gave them guns and set them up in the colonies. And the white folks who had slaves said, we can't have them N-words around here with guns. These British soldiers with guns, we can't have these N-words around here, but we got slaves over here. They might get some ideas in their head. And so that was the impetus for the Revolutionary War. Hell with the Tea Party. It wasn't about tea. It's about more money. It was about big money. But again, Wilberforce, he didn't end racism. Okay, and here's the cold part about it. Britain even compensated the slave owners. It gave them reparation. It gave the slave owners reparations for the enslaved Africans. Let me run that back to you again. The slave owners received reparations from the British government after Great Britain ended slavery. Okay, keep that in mind. All right, but the bottom line is overt, legalized human trafficking became indefensible in law once it was exposed, debated, and economically reframed. Shout out to the white people who speak up against injustice. All right, Wilberforce. Now let's move on to Thomas Clarkson, another person from Britain. All right, from 1760 to 1846. These are white people. These are white folks fighting against injustice. He was a researcher. He was a writer. Okay. He was an organizer who gathered firsthand testimony from sailors, from black people who were enslaved and port workers. Well, what's going on over there? Tell us. They knew what was going on. Okay. He published detailed evidence documenting the conditions aboard the slave ships. He talked about the mortality rates and the physical abuse that we suffered on the Middle Passage. And it was his investigative work that supplied Parliament with proof, making denial impossible. This is something they didn't want people to know. Hey, you know, sometimes we wreck these ships so we can collect the insurance money. And yeah, we starve them and we pack them in like this. It was white people kept these notes, snitching on themselves against their own interests, pissing their families members off. Can you imagine that? You in that business and your son is out here telling it, trying to put you out of business. He helped organize what was called the Society for Effecting the Abolition of Slave Trade in 1787. Okay? It was his documentation and exposure that weakened overt racism more effectively than the moral arguments alone. Keep in mind, these people with their Judeo-Christian beliefs, They had to believe that this was morally right, this was justified, the slaves are being treated humanely. Like right now, you got a whole bunch of people trying to tell you, oh, the slaves like being slaves. If you go down to Florida right now, they teaching the kids, oh, slavery was just like being an unpaid worker. They liked it. We gave them food and board. And see, it was people like this gentleman, right, Thomas Clarkson, way back when, who blew those lies out the water. Somebody typed paper trail in the chat room. That's right, paper trail. All right. So that's what he did. Now let's move over to John Woolman. John Woolman was a colonialist, which means he was here in the United States. He was a British citizen at the time. He was a person from Great Britain. He was here in the colonies, in the American colonies, between 1720 and 1772. He was a Quaker. He was a preacher. He traveled all across the American colonies. He personally confronted slave-owning Quakers. Hey man, how you gonna be a Quaker? How you gonna believe it? He pressured meetings to denounce slavery. You understand what I'm saying? Think about that. This is supposed to be, you can't come in here messing with the money, right? He was a Quaker abolitionist who confronted other Quakers. He was leading. He led the Quakers in banning slave holding internally by the late 1700s. You understand what I'm saying? He basically, within his own white institution, his religious institution, he pushed for injustice. He pushed to remove injustice. So John Woolman, all right? Now after the United States was formed, there was a gentleman named Theodore Wells. He was born in 1803 and died in 1895, okay? He was a key organizer for the abolition of slavery in the 1830s. He wrote a book called American Slavery as It Is. What he did was he compiled thousands of firsthand accounts of abuse. Because remember, the slave owners were saying, oh, these slaves love it. Our slaves is happy. Our Negroes is happy down here. And he said, no, that ain't true. And so he got the firsthand accounts and he talked about it. And see, it was his work that directly that inspired the book called Uncle Tom's Cabin. Okay, it was written by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Her book was written in 1852. His was written in 1839. He directly inspired her. That's how people. That was the Google of the mid 19th century. Google were books. Okay, the library was a special place, and so you got to keep that in mind, right? And his work showed how exposing overt cruelty, in other words, overt racism. Cruelty destabilizes and when you confront it. That's what he did. Then there's Charles Sumner, 1811 to 1874. He was a U.S. Senator from Massachusetts. He delivered a speech in 1856. We talk about 4 years before the Civil War. The crime against Kansas, condemning the expansion of slavery. There was this big deal about what new states should be. Remember, the United States was a big territory. It was just a few little states. It was a big territory. And the question was, well, which states are going to be free and which states are going to be slave states? Because remember, the balance of power is determined by who's in Congress. Each state gets 2 senators, and depending on your population, you get a certain number of members of the House of Representatives. The senators stay for 6 years. That's why the old saying is senators, presidents come and go, but the senators remain. The other thing is you got House of Representatives, they're there for 2 years, and that depends on your population. So when you look in the Constitution, they said, well, hey, we down here in, South Carolina, and we got all these blacks down here. And then the people in the North said, well, we don't have slaves. Those are slaves. They shouldn't count. And they came up with a compromise, 3/5. So you wouldn't count all of them, because guess what happened? The slave owners would have more House of Representative members if you counted all the actual bodies in the state. And so that's where the whole 3/5 of a person came in, from the purpose of voting. Okay, it's not 3/5 of a human being, but for the purpose of political power, we had to limit that, because with some states it was more, if not damn near as many black people in the state as it was white people. So they had to come up with that. But anyway, this man, Charles Sumner, he was beaten up on the Senate floor, okay, by a South Carolina congressman named Preston Booth. They beat him up. This is a sin. Imagine in the White House. I mean, this looked like something they do down in those banana republics. They fight each other. This is what was happening. The man took an ass whooping for you. He took an ass whooping for you black people. You understand me? Right on the Senate floor. And it was so that shock, it just shocked the nation, and it polarized public opinion. It made people pick a side. You see? And so when overt racism becomes violent, listen to me, when overt racism becomes violent in plain sight, it radicalizes resistance and it delegitimizes the system defending it. So what you saw happening with Renee and Alex, that overt racist targeting of black and brown people by ICE, what it has done, that's too, you got to look at it. I mean, we're looking at the video. All right, we see it's going to radicalize resistance. This is why you see people took to the streets. That's why you see all these governmental agents say, oh, no, it's not what you saw. What you saw is not what you saw. He was at fault. He pulled his gun out. He was waving around. He was running around and jumping on people, and that's why they had to do it. They were just defending themselves, and we all see it was a lie, right? We saw it was a lie. But here's the thing. Here's a part of history that the books love to flatten. All right, the part we need to talk straight about. See, at the exact same time that slavery and segregation and overt racism were being enforced and defended and normalized by the law, there were white folk across different countries, different regions, different institutions who saw it for what it was. It was immoral. I don't care if it's legal, it's immoral. And they acted against it. They didn't wait till later. They didn't need to do any congressional studies. They didn't need to educate themselves more. They did it immediately. You understand? And you got to understand, while plantations were operating in the American South, you had white abolitionists and white folk organizers in Britain, in the northern United States, hell, even in the southern United States. You got lynch mobs terrorizing black communities in Mississippi and Alabama, and white clergy and lawyers and students were standing shoulder to shoulder with black folk in the street. And even if we talk about apartheid in South Africa, white South Africans and white international allies were sabotaging it from the inside and outside. And see, this matters because it destroys the excuse that everybody thought it was okay back then. They didn't. They knew it was wrong, family. You see what I'm saying? They knew it was wrong. And it's these white folk, when white folk get involved and they start confronting their own injustice system, things change. Now, during the U.S. Civil Rights Movement from about the 1950s to the 1960s, am I going too fast? Let me know if I'm going too fast. Y'all need me to slow down, I will. But I'm trying not to talk to y'all like you're on the short bus because we've been here for a couple hours and I got work to do, okay? But, I get carried away with these conversations because I want you to be excited as I am about this. So, if you're hearing me, you need me to slow down and calm down, I will. But okay, thumbs up. I'm gonna keep pushing. So anyway, during the civil rights movement, segregation was not subtle. It was quite explicit. They had signs up, right? No blacks here. Matter of fact, they said no blacks, no Mexicans. At some point, it was no Irish, no Italians. All you colored folk, no Native Americans. They didn't call them Native Americans back then. But bottom line, it was enforceable by law. The police enforced this, and it was backed up by the court. And yet you still have white folk who benefited from white supremacy and racism and segregation. They still joined it anyway and said, no, this ain't cool. You got white college students boarding buses at freedom as freedom riders, knowing they could get beaten or killed. Same thing. Did you hear what Alex's daddy said to him? His parents said, hey, be careful out there. Don't do anything stupid. You don't think these white freedom riders who went down south to Mississippi? Damn, Mississippi and Alabama. I don't even want to pass through Mississippi. I don't even like flying over Mississippi. You understand? I think Mississippi's going to reach up and grab me and drag me back. My family left Mississippi in the 1950s and moved to California. You understand? I don't even like passing through Mississippi. When I'm trying to go to Pensacola, I don't even like, can we take a flight or something? Oh, hell no. But the bottom line is, can you imagine being a parent saying, yeah, man, Dad, I'm going down to Mississippi. I'm a freedom rider. It's 1960s. You got this kid who's lived in Massachusetts or New England and Connecticut and New York. You going down to Mississippi, right? And they went anyway. And many of them got beat. Many of them didn't come back. right? You had right along with your Thurgood Marshall and your legal defense fund for the NAACP, you had white lawyers defending black protesters. When the local courts were rigged against them, you had white Mississippians and Alabamians risking their life of being ostracized. You got to live there. They got fired from their jobs. They got attacked, okay, for participating or for not participating in segregation. Okay, and we're all for, look, we're all of them, well, they were still subject to the prejudice of their time. That's what I need you to understand. Okay, they weren't free from bias. They still had those same strong held beliefs about black people and white people, right? These weren't perfect people, but they checked overt racism in real time. And that's what mattered. Okay, and I say all that to say is because, man, look, I'm sure Renee and Alex, they might got a little twinge of prejudice. Did you see Renee's daddy and mama voted for Trump? Did you see that? And he was like, yeah, well, you know, I hope he, you know, he said he loves me and, you know, really not love. He said, yeah, he really big fans of Trump. And you see that? You don't look, it's a little prejudice in there too. I'm sure she has some too. These people raised you. You understand? But she died fighting against what she perceived to be a racist, bigoted enforcement mechanism as to the immigration laws. And it's being enforced against black and brown people. And she died fighting against it because she thought it was unfair. All them Somalis up there, you don't see them out there protesting. You see white people out there protesting for they black behind. All right? And the thing we have to understand is overt racism thrives on silence and consensus. And when white people break ranks publicly, it shatters that illusion that this is just how things are. Now let's fast forward to the 1970s and the 1980s. You got white supremacist groups like the KKK and the neo-Nazi organizations still operating openly in parts of the United States. And again, white people stepping in to confront them. Okay, you got people like the John Brown Anti-Klan Committee. It was formed in the 1970s. They didn't debate racism politely. They ran up on these people in their face. They confronted it directly. Okay, they put nose to nose. They exposed the Klan organizations. They disrupted recruitment. They disrupted anti-racist literature. They made it harder for these racist terror groups to operate comfortably. And see, that's not symbolic. That was operational, and it sent a message. It sent a message that real Americans won't tolerate overt racism. It will not go unchallenged, even by those who claim to represent it. You understand? And the same pattern is overseas. Let's zoom out and look at what's going on in the UK. While these immigrants, and these folks will know this, y'all remember this. So in the United Kingdom, there was a lot of immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa, and they faced a lot of discrimination by the white lawmakers and citizens, right? Who pushed through something called a Race Relations Act. And it made racial discrimination illegal in public places. And then they had follow-up laws in 1968 and 1976, and it expanded those protections. In Canada, Australia, during that same time period, you had white folk in the government who dismantled explicitly racist immigration policies and passed anti-discrimination laws, not because racism disappeared, but because overt racism became politically and economically indefensible. And then there's South Africa. Many of you all don't know this. South Africa used to be like a segregation, Jim Crow America, okay? The apartheid system, right? From 1948 to the early 1990s. Mind you, this is in South Africa where the black folks had been, right? It was one of the most brutal systems. All right, it was just straight up, explicitly, all the way out white supremacy. It was a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. But you still had white South Africans who were opposed to it from within. And while, you know, white allies abroad organized sanctions and boycotts and diplomats, I remember the Black National Black Congress, we organized boycotts of South Africa, and artists wouldn't go there and play in the 1980s. I remember that, right? And it pressured that regime into breaking up, all right? And so you had white folks going to jail. You had white people exiled. You had white people being killed. And internationally, you had white diplomats and officials quietly undermine the apartheid policy, right? And this is during Bush and Reagan, right? It cost people careers. And again, these people are not saints, okay? But they weren't silent. So we need to give credit where credit is due. So yes, white people deserve credit where it's due. Not for ending racism, not for being morally pure. In other words, white folk, you don't need to tell me you don't see color. I don't care if you don't see color. That's not what we into. You understand? Just do the right thing when it's time to do the right thing. All right? Because see, we recognizing overt injustice when it appeared and they refused to play along. That's what we needed them to do. See, that resistance mattered because it proved something fundamental. Racism was never universally accepted. It was never uncontested. It was never morally invisible. And that brings me to my favorite racist United States president. I've talked about him before. I love this man like a fifth cousin on my adopted brother's side. You understand what I'm saying? I appreciate it. Look, you do not have to like black people, okay? And here's the thing. This president, and I'm going to say his name, and if you've been on this broadcast before, you'll know why I love him. Shout out to all my folk in the military, right? See, history shows something very uncomfortable. You don't have to like black people. You don't have to believe in racial equality. Okay, hell, you don't even have to abandon your racist beliefs. That's why I told y'all, don't delete these racist white people who come to my page. Shout out to all you racist white folk on the page. You welcome here. Okay, hit the like button. Hit the like button. I probably don't like you as much as you don't like me, but hit the like button. I want you here. Okay, you do not have to abandon your racist beliefs on Uncle D's page. Uncle D expects you to be who you was and who you supposed to be. All right. See, because here's the thing. To do what's right and do it when reality demands it. That's all I need you to do. And no one illustrates that better than the racist man from Missouri who changed race relations in the United States with a single act, an act second only, in my humble opinion, to Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. All right. And who am I talking about? Who is my favorite racist president? There's plenty of racist United States presidents, but my favorite one is Harry S. Truman, right? Oh my goodness, Harry S. Truman. The man was a devout racist. Harry S. Truman, he ran on racism. He was a judge, he was racist. he was a president, he damn sure was racist. Okay. He was a white man born in 1884 at the height of right after Reconstruction was over in Missouri. The man was shaped by Jim Crow. His name should have been Harry Jim Crow Truman. All right, he was the culture. Somebody typed he was Jim Crow. He held views about black people. The black probably never came out of his mind. I mean, he probably had the N-word with just motherfucker, goddamn, I air all of them. He had the EA, the hard R. You understand what I'm saying? Anything he said out of his mouth about black people back then would have been unacceptable today. He would have got banned from YouTube a long time ago. And there's no serious evidence that he ever changed his personal feelings about black Americans ever throughout his whole life. Even his private correspondence and his recorded statements make that clear. There's also no historical evidence that, like many of the white politicians of his era, Truman he was a Ku Klux Klan member, I believe. I think he was associated with the KKK in the 1920s. You understand what I'm saying? Paid dues at the local election and everything. All right, and at some point he ran for office and he had to distance himself, right? But because he found his demands incompatible with his personal loyalties and political goals, but there's no indication that he became committed to to equality or any of that, right? He never shared his racial assumption at all. And that's why what I'm going to say about him matters. Because, see, Truman proved something crucial that people don't like to admit. Progress in America has often come not from moral enlightenment, but from cold institutional necessity. See, Harry S. Truman was an old military man. He was a World War I artillery officer. He commanded, he a commander-in-chief who had just overseen the end of World War II. He understood something deeply and practically, that a segregated military could not function in a modern world. And so by the 1940s in the United States was positioning itself as a global power, facing the Soviet Union and managing this vast empire of bases and preparing for future conflicts, running two parallel military systems, one white and one black. It was inefficient and it was operationally stupid. So Truman did something radical for his time. In 1948, he signed an executive order, 9981, and he desegregated the United States Armed Forces. Can you imagine that? Okay, but here's the thing. He didn't do it because he loved black people. He probably hated you in words. He probably did. Somebody type ER in the chat room. Somebody type hard ER. He did not like you in ERs. You understand? This is a former Klan member. He ain't like you. Okay? But he became racially enlightened. Okay? And there's the story behind that is this. There was a black man who was headed back south after he left. He just got home from World War II. He had his uniform on. He was headed down south. He got snatched off a bus, I believe somewhere in South Carolina, and these folk beat him so badly. I forget his name. I'm gonna have to look up this brother. They bit the sergeant. I forget the brother's name. I did a broadcast on him. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find this real quick. So yeah, I remember that. So what happened was it was a World War II veteran. Y'all back with me? Hit the number one, but the incident happened in the police in South Carolina. It happened in 1946, the same year that Truman signed that executive order. And the incident happened on February 12th, 1946. And the gentleman's name was Sergeant Woodard. Sergeant Woodard. Okay, Sergeant Woodard. He'd been honorably discharged. He was pulled, and he was on a bus ride home, headed back to Georgia. He was pulled from a bus. He was beaten with a blackjack. I assume that's a billy club, and blinded by the police chief. And the police chief's name was Linwood Scholl. An incident that Truman saw. And here's the thing: they tried to put the cops in jail, and they were acquitted. And it pissed off Truman. Okay, and it fueled that racial awakening. You understand? That racial awakening and that conviction that the federal action was necessary to combat racial violence. And so what did he do in response? Look, the incident happened on February 12, 1946. He signed the executive order in July 26, 1948. You understand what I'm saying? So he moved on it. And that was a turning point. What it did was it accelerated the civil rights movement, and it forced the federal government to confront injustice. If your military is desegregated, shout out to Jay Jackson. Shout out to Jay Jackson. I'm glad you learned something. If the government's military is desegregated, that means the VA is desegregated. That means the military bases are desegregated. That means you have white boys and black boys growing up together who get segregated in the military. They're friends. They're not going to stop being friends after they hit the trenches together. They're not going to stop being friends. You see, but see, here's the thing. President Truman knew that what happened to Sergeant Woodard was wrong because he himself was an old military man from World War I who commanded men. And this is an honorably discharged soldier on his way home from war. and he gets beat up, snatched off the bus and beat up, that pissed the commander-in-chief off. You understand what I'm saying? I want you to think about that. There's no indication that Truman ever ever changed his racial beliefs. There's no, that you will not convince me of that. Okay? He didn't integrate the military because of racism is immoral. He integrated it because racism was getting in the way of effectiveness. And once the most powerful institution in America, in society, the United States military, was integrated, the logic could no longer be contained. Veterans came home having served, bled, and died alongside black men. And that contradiction became visible. The precedent was set. And that institutional shift, it bled into the private sector, into education, into housing battles, into employment law, not immediately and not smoothly, but inevitably. Because remember, less than 19 years later, we got the Civil Rights Act by my second most favorite racist president. Okay? Lyndon B. Johnson, who signed the Civil Rights Bill, which gave you black folks the right to vote and all that other stuff. Well, not the right to vote, but the bottom line, equal rights. You see what I'm saying? But bottom line is, without that executive order by Truman, by President Jim Crow Truman, right? That timeline for American racial integration, it looks very different. It's slower, it's more violent, it's more fragmented. So yes, Harry Truman was a racist, but he was also a realist. And the combination moved the country forward more and then a moral posture of many of these people who came after him. Now, here's the thing. I'm not totally taking away from him that he saw this as wrong and he had some moral awakening. He might have had, okay? He might have said, you know what? I know he's the N-word, but damn it, he's an American soldier and he gave his all and he risked his life. And, you know, as a former officer in the United States military, I can't have my soldiers coming home and getting brutalized and not get justice. He might have saw the light. This man proved himself. You see, and as a commander in chief, you should take the lives lost of each soldier, the soldier defending your freedom personally. We have to give him some credit. I don't know, but what I do know is that he quickly realized that having a divided military wasn't going to work, and he did something amazing. He did, and I'm sure it pissed. I bet they were like, God damn it, you goddamn integrate the goddamn military. What the hell is wrong with you? We didn't put you in office for that. I'm sure he got some pushback from his KKK homies. You understand? But he did it. Now, see, here's the part people don't like. America didn't advance because the leaders became good people. It advanced because reality forced their hand. Truman shows us that white supremacy doesn't collapse because someone has a change of heart. It collapses when it becomes inefficient and dysfunctional and strategically stupid. And that's why he's my favorite racist president. Now, understand this. Without this racist man from Missouri, without that executive order, we'd be where we are today. And it's not because he loved us, but it's because even racism have limits when it runs into reality. See, that's the lesson you need to understand. That's what we're looking at today. And see, this matters because it destroys this dangerous myth, the idea that slavery and systematic racism were once normal or unquestioned or accepted by everyone until this modern Enlightenment period arrived. That's just straight up false. The moment slavery began to take institutional form, there were white people right there on the spot, way back in the 1700s and the 1600s, who knew it was wrong and fought against it. They didn't need any marches. They didn't need any academic studies. They didn't need any sociological data. You understand what I'm saying? They did not need to learn that it was immoral. They knew it. You see? They knew it. And we need to recognize that it's instinctively and morally, and they oppose it as at great personal cause. It was white people that lost their lives for that. They lost their social status, they lost their money, they lost their political standing, and that matters because it tells us something essential about humanity. You see what I'm saying? Inequality is never morally or neutral, even in its own time, and that's particular for slavery. It was contested from day one by well-meaning white people. And that's what we need to talk about. You see? That's important. I just want you, are you with me? Let me know if you're with me, okay? Now, at the same time, we need to be honest about a complexity, I should say. All right, there are white people on both sides, there are black people on both sides. Early history records black people who owned slaves too. Did you all know that black people owned slaves? Did you know that black people owned slaves? The earliest legal cases involving lifetime servitude in colonial America was 1655. It was a Virginia case. It was a man named Anthony Johnson. He himself was an African who came from the Congo as an indentured servant. And it involved another black man who himself arrived as an indentured servant and later successfully sued another black man named John Castor and was declared a permanent slave. That's a fact. And the fact does not erase the reality that the transatlantic slave trade was overwhelmingly a European-led, European-financed, European-enforced system that racialized slavery on massive scale. But both things can be true at the same time. You can still have black people participating in slavery and it still be overwhelmingly a European endeavor. We don't have to get away from that. Yes, there were black slave owners, but yes, there was also, it was a European finance endeavor. And truthfully, there were African so-called kings and queens involved too. So look, that's just the reality. Human beings are capable of cruelty across racial lines. Systems decide which cruelty becomes permanent and racialized and global. And what matters here is not pretending history is simple, because see, we're not going to do that on this page. All right? History is not simple. What matters is recognizing that moral opposition existed immediately across racial lines on both sides. In Africa, you had queens. I forget the sister's name, man. She was a queen. She fought against slavery tooth and nail. Okay? All right? Same thing here. They knew it was wrong, no matter how much people tried to justify it. Okay? And so that's why the argument that people didn't know any better back then, that collapses under scrutiny. They did know better. And some chose power anyway. They chose profit and they chose silence. And it was both black and white resistance in that. See, the real lesson is this: racism did not persist because it was invisible or was misunderstood. It persisted because it was useful, and those benefiting from it were willing to override their own moral awareness. Now, what happens when you start getting white folk who are used to not being subjected to the cruelty of police brutality or law enforcement brutality? What happens when white folk realize, hold on a minute, we're getting shot now, we're getting brutalized now? Maybe at that point, this racist system, because remember, the laws are just written in black and white, but they're applied differently. Same thing with these immigration laws. These immigration laws are written and illegal immigrants must go, but it seems like they're not going after the white illegal immigrants. Matter of fact, there's some directives from ICE telling them, specifically not to really focus on the white, but they're sticking them on the black and brown neighborhoods. And shout out to all my foundational black American brothers and sisters. Despite how you feel about these African immigrants and these Latino immigrants and these folk from Somalia and whatever, they are still black. And the system targets them because of the color of their skin and their origin. And so it's still racist by definition of what racism is. Okay, so we can acknowledge that even though we are resting. Okay, let me see this. So here's the thing. It's important to name the distinction about certain things, right? You got overt racism, right? And then there's structural racism, all right? Opposing the KKK at a rally from this is different from dismantling a system that advantages, let's say, whiteness or some other ethnic group. Calling out a racist for some racial slur is different from addressing policies that produce racial disparities. Saying the right thing with friends and family is different from controlling structural racism in housing, policing, healthcare, education, and banking. For instance, you got a lot of Hispanic ICE agents, and these same Hispanic ICE agents are targeting Hispanic communities. Now, they themselves might not be prejudiced or bigoted against their own people, but they are exercising or exacting or executing some racist policies because they're targeting Hispanic communities. See, that's the difference. There's a system, which is what racism denotes, and then there's prejudice and bigotry. I guess conceptually speaking, you can be not be prejudiced and not be bigoted and still participate in a racist system. That's why when you hear a lot of white people say, I'm not racist, yeah, you might not be racist, but you're participating in a racist system. That's no different than saying, hey, I'm a Hispanic ICE agent. I can't be racist. No, you can't be prejudiced or you be stupid to not like your own people, but you are participating in the racist targeting or the racist enforcement of this particular these laws. And see, that's how it's easy to understand. I hope when you get that. But the thing about that we're talking about today is that the phrase, when I say checking other white people, right? It means recognizing the blatant expression of racism which is necessary, but it doesn't mean necessarily dismantling the deeper frameworks of privilege and structural bias that are that are the undergird of these racial hierarchies. Okay, so let me bring it back to this point. We got white allies who stepped up publicly against racism, right? Legally, socially, in movements and in cultural spaces. Those actions matter. They interrupt overt racism and sometimes force institutional and legal and moral response. The fact that you had Renee and Alex get shot in Minnesota, they forced their hand. You got to deal with it, okay? But opposition to overt racism is not the same as being free of racial bias. It certainly isn't synonymous with dismantling the systems that created that and sustained that racial inequality. In other words, I'm assuming that, just like everybody else who grows up in this country, you have your strongly held beliefs. Okay, and I'm sure Renee and Alex did too. I'm not accusing them of that, but you can't be a white person in this country and not be subject to the brainwashing. Just like you can't be black people in this country and not be subject to some aspects of our culture, which is both good and bad. There's some things you see what I mean? There's just some things that flow with the culture, whether you grew up in the suburbs or the ghetto. We all kind of, it's just part of the culture. Okay. Now, let me go into another section that I want to talk about. What is, I think we can agree that on some level, there's a difference between systematic racism and I think systematic racism is quiet, right? We can kind of agree that it's quiet. It's the system. It's paperwork. They whoop you to death with paper. Now, but there's a problem with overt racism, okay? So we're going to address that, okay? The dangers of open racism to white supremacy itself. See, once it's exposed, when racism is overt, when it's loud, when you got folk ride down a pickup truck calling people N-words with Confederate flags, it stops being invisible. And once racism is visible, it becomes vulnerable. See, exposure is the enemy of white supremacy, and it always has been. That's why white folk are like, man, you're so ignorant. You need to cut that out. Not because they themselves don't harbor some of these racist beliefs, okay? But because it's overt and it makes all of them, people looking at everybody looking at them with a side eye, okay? When you expose yourself as an overt racist, you become a target. And now everybody knows your name, right? You're the stinky person in the room. You the kid that pees in the bed in kindergarten. I had this little girl, her name was Sarah, little stinky Sarah, pissy cat Sarah. Somebody type pissy cat. Everybody knows she was the pee-pee girl, right? Everybody knows your face. Everybody knows where you stand. And once that happens, you begin to experience consequences. You get shunned, okay? And there was a time in the United States when you could be openly racist and be rewarded for it, politically, economically, socially. but that time is gone. Not because racism ended, but because the cost structure changed. And see, once racism became bad for business and bad for the image and bad for legitimacy, it had to go underground. Okay, today, when people know you're openly racist, they might not do business with you. You see all them white boys say, man, I got a black girlfriend. I'm not coming to your restaurant. You're an asshole. Family members, that racist uncle, you get ostracized. You don't get invited to weddings. You don't get invited to baby showers. And so you sitting in your trailer park mad. You see what I'm saying? Drinking beer. You get fired. Your contracts dry up. Your social capital collapses. It affects that bottom line. And white supremacy, above all, is an economic system, and it follows incentives. And that's why the most effective racism is not overt, it's covert. And see, history proves this over and over again. One of the clearest examples come from the civil rights movement itself. Civil rights leaders understood something critical. Overt racism, when you place it under a spotlight, you destroy its legitimacy. So they baited these people, these simple ass sheriffs and politicians in places like Alabama. You got to think of what they did. Think of what they did. You got these well-dressed, innocent black men and black women dressed in their Sunday best in the public space, marching from church on a Sunday morning. They were clean, they were looking good, they were singing spiritual songs, they were peaceful, they weren't threatening. They looked like what America claimed they valued, church-going families exercising basic rights. And then you got this racist power structure who took the bait. The police, what did they do? They couldn't stand. They unleashed their dogs. The Edmund Pettus Bridge, they blasted children with water hoses. Y'all seen these videos. They beat peaceful demonstrators, old ladies and children and men, left bloodied, billy club, big bad cops with billy clubs screaming the N-word at them. And the most important thing about it, and as as the civil rights leaders planned, they did it on camera because they invited the camera out. They invited the press out. You see? And those images weren't just seen in Birmingham or Mississippi or Alabama. They weren't, no. They were broadcast across the world. Photographs, film, television, newspapers, entertainers made songs about it and brought it up. You over here in France talking about what your people are having to deal with in Alabama and Mississippi. The entire globe watched America's law enforcement attack innocent black citizens who'd been there before most of the white folks showed up at Ellis Island. You got black people who've been here hundreds of years before most of these white folk. Anyway, if your last name is not Washington or Brown or ends in an ing, you a foreigner. You're a white. If you from Poland, anywhere in Eastern Europe, your ass is Irish or Italian, you a foreigner. Your family just got here. Black folks been here. We've been here for hundreds of years before you even got here. And so the idea that you would have these same white people whose family had just got there in 1909 or whatever, Ellis Island, and you beating up black people in 40 years later, first generation immigrant, you beating up black people telling us we don't belong when we've been here for 300 years. Look at how that looks. Are you kidding me? And so the bottom line is America has a problem. Because see, America could no longer sell itself as the land of the free while the world was watching black children being mauled by German shepherds for asking to be treated like human beings in the country that we built. And that level of hypocrisy is undeniable. And so the mask slipped off and that overt racism backfired. You see, and it forced the United States to fess up to its sins of bigotry and racism, not because America suddenly became moral, but because America could no longer afford this reputational damage. Here you are in the mix of these Cold War politics. You're supposed to be assuming this global leadership. I mean, global leadership mattered, where, this international perception mattered, right? right? And now you have overt racism embarrassing you. You can't tell China about human rights and Russia about human rights and Iran and all these other countries about human rights, and you beating your own citizens who have a history of being in this country for hundreds of years. And so that's why I say when racism becomes too open and too proud and too visible, it invites scrutiny. It invites condemnation. It creates martyrs. It mobilizes opposition, and it hardens resistance. And it gives moral clarity to people who were previously indifferent. Good, well-meaning white folk in Seattle and DC and New York and New England and California, when they see stuff like that on TV, they may have never been to a place like Mississippi or Alabama in the 50s and 60s, but when they see it's wrong. And it makes them, it does something. Hey, this is wrong. This is not right. Okay. And so people who may not have known what was going on, they're no longer indifferent because they've seen it with their own eyes. You see? And this is why modern racism prefers euphemisms like thug. You see? Oh, they don't want to say the N-word. Somebody type ER in the chat room. Somebody type hard ER in the chat room. They can't say what they want to say, so they'll say stuff like thugs. Or what's the new one they're using? 1350 or what is it? 1390? What is that percentage? You see? And so what's all that's happened was policy has replaced the lynch mob. And phrases like law and order have replaced the ropes. Algorithms have replaced the signs. And then you got spreadsheets that have replaced the slogans. Because again, overt racism creates enemies. Covert racism creates outcomes. So the problem with overt racism is not that it's immoral. White supremacy has never been concerned with morality. The problem is that the overt racism is inefficient. It exposes the system and it disrupts profits, it destabilizes alliances, and it forces accountability. Let me show you this video if you haven't seen it. I think I showed it to you. I'm gonna show you to it again. This is it. Okay. Look at that. Hit the number one.
Words you might understand. Mr. President, fuck off. Det var næsten sådan ordene lød, da jeg for et år siden stod på den selv samme talerstol.
This is a little European. Look, white folks have always had to deal with imperialism. They've been dealing with imperialism since Rome and whomever. But see, now you have a president who's just straight. We just gonna take Greenland from y'all. We stronger than you. We're gonna. So he's like, no, it's too overt. And so you're making enemies. Now, this is, of course, an example of President Trump's attempt to expand our territorial reach up through Greenland. And this is the backlash that you had. You hear what he said? Let me read it to you. Let me let you. What did he say?
Det var næsten sådan ordene lød,
Let me run it back.
Understand. Mr. President, fuck off.
You see what I mean? So that's the lesson. That's what happens when you're too overt. You see? Now, we could have done what President Trump is doing real sneakily, but, you know, and got a similar outcome, but this is what it is. Now, again, one of the examples of overt racism, and I kind of mentioned earlier, apartheid in South Africa. What were people, it was too visible, right? It was too out in the open, right? You're doing this to human beings. It was a daily routine. And I mean, these folk had to have, look, black people were stopped on the street. This is South Africa, okay? During apartheid. They had to show passbooks and internal passports. They had to prove they had permission to be in the white area. Mind you, this is South Africa, where the Africans are. This is where their people are from. But the white folk came down and they cordoned the place off. You can't come in this area, right? If they didn't have the right stamp, they could be beaten and arrested and thrown in the back of cars and trucks and dumped miles away from their home. The families were split up overnight because one spouse was classified as black and the other was colored, right? And they had the colored and the black and the white all in different spaces. It's crazy. And it literally made their marriage illegal. Police kicked in doors at night and they enforced racial zoning laws. Children watched their parents dragged away from living in the wrong neighborhood. There's a comedian, he's from South Africa. I think he hosted Comedy Central for a while, and I think he was I forget what he was. What's the little light-skinned fella from he's from South Africa. What is his name? He's a comedian. But anyway, his mother was black and his dad was German, and so he was colored. And he told a story about how he had to pretend like his mother was his nanny or something like that, or his grandmother had to pretend like she was his nanny because he grew up with Trevor Noah. There's some story he talked like, it didn't really hit me what he was saying. You mean your mother and father, they had a child, but they couldn't be together? And they couldn't live in the same house? And your mom had to pretend like she was your nanny? Or it was crazy because he would have been colored and she would have been black. This is the type of stuff they did to these people. Meanwhile, the South Africans had to clean their own, they had to clean the white folks' home because remember, white folk don't want to do their own work. I mean, they brought all these black people over here to the United States in Western Hemisphere, right, from Africa, because they didn't want to go out there and do their own work. They came up with this notion, oh, well, it's too much work to do. Well, you know, the blacks are better at doing it anyway. That's just straight up laziness. But the bottom line is that's a practice all across the world, getting other people to do your work. All right. But again, black people raise their children, cook for white folk, and were forced to leave at sunset and return to their overcrowded townships. And if you look at some of these townships that these folk live in, these black townships in South Africa, it's some of the worst conditions that we wouldn't even want a dog to live in there. If you had a dog living like that, the SPCA would come in and ticket you, you would lose, you would go to jail. Okay? This is not metaphor, this is real. All right, look at some of these photographs of some of these townships. And the thing is, it was filmed, it was broadcast, the world saw the police dogs tearing up protesters. You all know about Nelson Mandela. They saw the funerals. It was just horrible. Okay? Bodies in the street. And once the world saw that, we couldn't unsee it. And that's what visibility means. And the same pattern played out in other places, whether we talk about the United States, we talk about right here in down south in Birmingham, Alabama, police blasted children with water hoses, and water hoses strong enough to rip the bark off of trees, and you hitting children with that. You see what I'm saying? Churches were bombed, children died, right? Look, this is what was going on. This is that overt racism. And see, the problem is overt racism dies when it's seen. Once the brutality becomes undeniable, once the world sees children being beaten and families being torn apart and bodies piling up, and power loses its moral camouflage and allies mobilize. You see, and neutral observers pick sides. Institutions panic, sanctions follow, isolation sets in. You see what I mean? And this is what's happening. Our people knew what was going on. That's why they did what they did in during the civil rights movement. And the strategy was simple. We're going to make America see itself, and we're going to make the world see America for what it really was. And the black leaders understood something fundamental in the years after World War II. America had crowned itself leader of the free world, and the American GI was sold globally as the savior of democracy and the civilized alternative to fascism and tyranny. And then black leadership knew that behind that image were the same white racist bigots enforcing Jim Crow. We had just went through Red Summer in 1919 when they burned up a whole towns and killed a whole bunch of black people who came home from World War II. We knew these people would find it. Look, they knew those racist men would find it irresistible to attack black people the moment black people violated the racial law and order of American society at the time. They counted on it. They played them like suckers. They knew overt racism couldn't help itself. They knew the dogs would be released. They knew the clubs would swing. They knew the fire hoses would turn, and they knew most important that this time it would all be seen. So they used racism against itself. Imagine growing up in England in the 1950s and 1960s, and you surrounded by all this American influence, this American rock and roll, radio, American movies and theaters, and Hollywood was booming at the time. All this American style shaping your culture. America's looking modern and powerful and free, right? Then you see Black Americans like Jackie Robinson, disciplined and dignified, breaking barriers. You see groups like the Temptations with their sharp suits on and their elegance and their excellence, right? You've heard stories about Josephine Baker and all the great Black entertainers who've come to Europe and toured. These are the images that America exports, the great actors and whatnot. Billie Holiday, right? All these beautiful stars coming out of Hollywood, the images of America's export, confidence, progress, success. And then you turn on the news and you see the same Black faces and the same age, same dignity being brutalized in the streets of Selma, Alabama. Not rioting, not armed, not threatening, just because they wanted to ride the bus or just because they wanted to sit at a lunch counter. Paul Robeson, that's right, Nina Simone, name them. Y'all know who I'm talking about. These same people that you look up to, you a little English kid over in London. It's like, man, can you imagine what the Paul McCartneys and the Beatles felt like? These are the people we grew up listening to. This is the blues that they're talking about, dressed in their Sunday best, looking like they're walking home from church, singing spirituals. And see, that response from those racist bigots, that overt racist response, was exactly what experienced, educated Black leadership anticipated. Police dogs tearing into the children, fire hoses slamming elderly men and women into walls, peaceful citizens beaten, arrested, and dragged through the streets. All of it carried out on the orders of official orders of the city council and state officials, and financed by tax dollars by the very people that they were brutalizing. And see, now the world learns the final insult. These people don't even have a right to vote. These people that pay taxes, that fund the government, right? Can't do it, have no political voice. Trapped inside a system that takes from them and then turns the violence on them. We paid for that. And this is happening in the country that calls itself the land of the free and home of the brave. Look like a bunch of cowardly people to me. But see, again, that was the plan. And see, when you have these white authorities who amp up the violence, like what you see Donald Trump doing, amping up the violence, and I talked to you guys earlier, the more police interaction you have, the more likely there is of a high likelihood of violence. That's what happens to the Black neighborhood. The more people you throw in the Black community with guns and badges and authority, the more likely you're going to have a conflict. So the more people you throw in Minnesota and these towns, more white people are going to get hurt. You see? So same thing back then when authorities responded with high profile brutality, those images weren't buried. They were broadcast across the United States, across Europe, across Africa, Asia, the Caribbean. The world watched children attacked for demanding dignity. The world watched elders beaten for asking for a vote. The world watched American democracy enforced with dogs and fire hoses. And that visibility created moral shock. It didn't just offend the conscience, it damaged America's credibility. Same thing you see happening right now. You got 2 young people get shot and killed in Minnesota, a major American city, Minneapolis. It's going to make people question whether America was a place worth admiring. It's going to make people wonder if America is a place worth investing in, or America is a place worth trusting. It undercut diplomacy. It definitely hands propaganda to our rivals like China and Russia. It's going to make the freedom we proclaim look fraudulent. How do you lecture China and Russia and Iran about oppression when your own police are shooting folk down in the middle of the street? How do you sell democracy abroad when you're suppressing it at home with masked men? And again, no matter what you think about the immigration law, I've already told you guys my opinion. I definitely believe we need to get all these illegals out of here. But the manner and mechanism by which we enforce the law seems a bit racist and overt, and it seems a bit brutal. Anytime you got some little 37-year-old woman driving a damn minivan, get shot 3 times in the chest by some goddamn ICE agent, that's a bit much. You got a man down on the ground, shot 3 or 4 times in the back, flipped over, shot some more times. After he's unarmed because he got a camera and you don't like him taking photos or videos of you, that seems like a bit much to me. And so what's happening is, like then as it is now, America is being placed in an indefensible position, not Americans, but America as the government. You see? You're not going to be judged by slogans. You're going to be judged by that footage. You're not going to be judged by your ideology or what you proclaim. You're going to be judged by reality. You see? And just like back then, many are going to pay the price for that exposure. People bled on Edmund Pettus Bridge. People were beaten and jailed and bombed and killed, and families were broken. But the sacrifice wasn't accidental. It was the cost of forcing truth into the daylight. You see, and that's why the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 came into being. Not because America suddenly found its conscience, but because it could no longer sell that lie. Freedom that requires police dogs is not freedom. Democracy enforced by fire hoses is not democracy. And once those images were seen, the mask came off. And that's what visibility does. Now, we could talk about Brown and the Board of Education. You know, you had black folk paying for all these, paying taxes, and the money that should have went to the black schools, that money went to the white schools, and the money that the white folk were paying, that went to the white schools. So we were basically paying the same dollar, same rate. We weren't getting the new buildings. The white schools got that. We didn't get the science labs, the updated textbooks. The white folks got that. We didn't get the athletic facilities. We didn't get smaller class. The white folks got that. Black folk got books that were 15 to 20 years older, broken desks, outdated supplies, leaking ceilings, overcrowded classrooms. That's what we got. So let's be clear, right? That's an insult. See, they didn't just take white tax dollars to give them to white schools. They took the black tax dollars and gave that money to the white schools too. That's why we said, no, we need a right. We need to vote. You still in our, that's taxation without representation. That's not equality. That's extraction. Okay. And so that's what the Brown versus the Board of Education did. It fixed that theft. Okay. So you're going to take our money, well, we're going to sit in the classes with you. It wasn't so much that integration was supposed to coming together, desegregate. It was more about the equality. Okay. So that's what happened. By 1954, that lie couldn't hold anymore. We needed to expose that law, that fraud, and that theft by policy, financial and institutional theft. Okay. And we named it. Okay. They did the same thing in Great Britain. The Bristol boycott, they had labor shortages. And so they invited all these black and brown people to help fill that labor shortage after 1948. Because remember, the war ended. You had all the men who had died or been incapacitated. So they needed to get somebody to come help rebuild their country. And that's what came up. They had something called the Windbush generation. Okay. In fact, in June 1940, there was a ship called the Empire Windbush. It docked in London, carrying hundreds of people from the Caribbean, mostly Jamaican. That's why you have all those Jamaicans over there. Okay. They were also from Trinidad and Barbados and some of these other British colonies. And these men and women were British subjects. They weren't foreigners. They weren't illegal immigrants. Britain ruled their countries for generations, and they held British passports, and Britain told them they were there to work, and the opportunity was come on over, right? And so you had tens of thousands who came through in the 1950s and the 1960s. They were called the Windbush generation. That's how you got so many immigrants. All you Europeans, all you people in the UK complaining about all those blacks over there, y'all invited them over. You all invited all those black people to England. You invited to help build your country back up after getting in a fight with Germany. That's why it's there. That's why they're there now. They didn't come for handouts. They came to work. They helped rebuild Britain. That Britain that you have now, it was smashed to smithereens. The Germans was wearing y'all out. Everything was knocked down. Okay? And so you brought the black people who helped build your empire in the first place. You import, we need y'all again. Hey, come on, look. We need y'all to come back. Hey, good day. Yeah, we need you to come back and help rebuild London. The Germans have smashed us to smithereens. We need you to come back. Yeah, man, we're not coming back. We're not coming back no more. We are free. Okay, we're going to go. You want to put us on our boat again, man? Blood clot. You had a bunch of Jamaicans on the boat heading back. Man, we just came from here. They want to put us back and sit there. Yeah, man. So you brought all them black people. Now you got all these angry Brits. Where'd these blacks come from? Y'all brought them there. The Windbush generation. And some more. Again, they came. They drove your buses. They staffed your hospitals and nurses and orderlies. They cleaned your house. They repaired your roads. They worked in your factory. They raised your badass little British kids. Okay, while your parents worked. Britain needed them folk. And then you treated them like dirt. That's the cold part about it. They could have stayed in Jamaica for that. You treated them horribly. The everyday life of a person in the Windbush generation, right? Black and brown families, they crammed into these overcrowded housing. The landlords refused to rent to them, right? The sign said stuff like no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. And that wasn't slang. That wasn't even exaggeration. That was the policy sign. The kids got bullied at the school. The adults got harassed in the street. These are the same people who worked all day, who served your families. You denied them service at the pub. You just worked all day and you can't get a damn drink. Blood clot, right? See? They washing your grandma's behind and grandpa's behind in the hospital. And you still told that you couldn't belong. You welcomed the labor, but you welcomed the labor and rejected them as neighbors. Right? And so what happened in 1963 in Bristol, when it was popping off over here, they had a port city called Bristol in southwest England. And it depended heavily on black and Asian labor. When I say Asian, I'm talking about Indians, because they had co-opted India too. All right. But anyway, the local bus company in Bristol, it refused to hire non-white drivers or conductors, right? Openly, not coded language. They say, we ain't hire you darkies, right? It wasn't quiet discrimination, all right? And here's the insult. The black and the Asian men were allowed to clean the buses. They could maintain the buses, right? And they could ride on the buses, so they could. Thank you so much, son. Yeah, we only got 6 super chats. Y'all not learning anything tonight? Have y'all not learned anything? Are you not? My God, I need to do better. I thought this was going to be epic. I thought I was doing a great job. But anyway, like I said, if you don't learn something, I don't need to earn anything. But shout out to Sonjak. Thank you so much. We got 6 super chats. I guess y'all didn't learn something. I'll keep trying. But anyway, let's go back to the Windbush generation, because I hear a lot of these black folk overseas and in England there. There are black folk here. Y'all black asses just got there. Okay, you just got there in the Windbush generation. They just let y'all's butt over there. Stop lying. Cut it out. I know your history. You just got there. Y'all just showed up. Cut it out. Y'all been fighting for your rights over there. You're Jamaican. You're from Trinidad. That's where you're from. Okay, that's what you are. And then there's some Africans who showed up a little later. But anyway, so what happened was they got tired of the mistreatment and they came up with something like their own version of the bus boycott. Where do you think they got that from? So you had the Black and the Asian residents, they organized a bus boycott and they refused to ride the bus. Same thing we did in Montgomery, Alabama. They protested publicly. And the story spread across Britain, and the newspapers covered it, and the radio station. Shout out to Remy IISB, thank you so much. And the story was covered in Britain. Newspapers covered, radio stations discussed it. And guess what? White folk joined in. Them same pesky white folk that was raised to be racist said, "Yeah, that's right." Right? They did join in. And see, here's the thing: they knew it was racist from before, right? They didn't join out of charity. But damn, the racism was so blatant it was embarrassed the country. Here you are, you was about to be speaking German 20 years ago. Had America not jumped in and helped you out, right? Y'all was about to be, you was about to be a Yahtzee over there. You were gonna be goose stepping over there. This racist German regime, and now here you are have the nerve to be racist to the people that you needed to help come rebuild your damn country. Right? But that boycott lasted for 4 months and it completely broke the company, the bus company. And guess what happened? They reversed the policy. And so they start hiring non-white drivers, and Britain was forced to confront a truth that had been avoiding. You cannot invite people to rebuild your country and then treat them like outsiders. And see that visibility, that publicly, the shame, the undeniable cruelty, it helped push Britain toward Race Relations Act in 1965 and 1968, which made racial discrimination illegal in employment, housing, and public places. Not because Britain suddenly became kind, but because the cruelty was too obvious. Look here. Y'all know that boy Andrew Tate and his black ass wouldn't even be able to go there. But for what the black people in America did, which inspired those black people in Jamaica to do. I mean, those black people in the UK to do. It all starts with us, family. I need you to understand that. Foundational Black Americans, give yourself a hand. You have inspired the world. You bus boycott. Where do you think they got that from? Huh? Where do you think they got that from? They got it from you. They got it from our brilliant HBCU educated family. That's what Lincoln College, Howard University Law School, Thurgood Marshall, Morehouse College, Martin Luther King, all the rest of them. You understand what I'm saying, baby? It's us. It's us. We still him. We them. We are they them. Somebody type they them. We are they and them on this planet. That's us. And the white folk who jumped on board. You see? Again, history shows the same pattern again and again. Visible racism invites scrutiny. Photos, videos, news coverage don't just circulate, they provoke reactions, mobilize communities, and they trigger protests. See, that scrutiny mobilizes movements. And when people see injustice happening out in the open, they feel morally compelled to act. And from the civil rights laws to the modern dismissal and diplomatic rebukes, public exposure leads to real legal, social, institutional consequences. So let's fast forward to 2026. The same dynamic is playing out. Only now the entire world is watching. Y'all wouldn't know anything about Renee Good or Alex Petit, but for TikTok and Instagram and YouTube and X. And everybody has a smartphone screen. See, it's no longer 3 networks. They would have buried that story. There would have been eyewitness that he had a gun, he pulled it on people, blah, blah, blah. It would have never got out. You would have never saw that. You see? Same thing with George Floyd, same thing with, all these other people who we've seen unalive. That's why you record the police, record everything. Put cameras in your car, in the car, back of the car, front of the car. Every time, push a button, boop, everything's recorded. You understand? Because see, it's no longer 3 networks editing stories and taking the official government report saying we need to make sure we do a full investigation. That didn't work anymore. See, exposure is now instantaneous. It's unfiltered, and it's impossible to suppress. You can't. There's a book called 1984, and it talks about how the government is going to try to convince you to not believe your eyes. You understand what I'm saying? But it's not working. We see, the whole world can see it, and the result is measurable. Shout out to Patriarch Hightower, Patricia Hightower. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna read all the super chats. We ain't got a lot. We only got 8, and it's real late. But I'm gonna keep on working. I don't think I ate. But anyway, let me get back. The global perception of the United States is now hostile. It's a hostile place. It's unsafe. Is racially fractured. And it's already impacting tourism. They supposed to be having like some World Cup event in Dallas, and you got folks in. Some of these people on the list that people banned to come to they can't. How we gonna get there? The World Cup may change the venue. That's crazy. You understand? That's right, George Orwell, 1984. It's impacting tourism, investment, and just otherwise global goodwill. Look, if you look at the reports right now in 2025, all this stuff going on, we have 11.6% drop in foreign visitors compared to the previous years. Even global tourism overall grew. So people are going other places. But you got people from major markets like Germany, United Kingdom, Canada, South Korea, Australia. All that has declined sharply. It's a reversal for a country, our country, that has historically led to global inbound. Everybody wants to come here. International tourism is kept sliding month after month, and it's threatening industries that support millions of jobs and generate over $1 trillion annually. And this trend isn't explained away by one headline. It's multiple independent data points. People are simply choosing not to travel to the United States as much as they used to. We keep talking about we're going to take over Canada, right? And so Canada has historically been one of the most reliable sources of U.S. tourism, and it saw a dramatic shift in travel in 2025. Flight bookings from Canada to the U.S. fell by 70% compared to 2024. Think about that. Even the cross-border automobile travel dropped by 23% from Canada. Okay? And the Canadians, they still traveling. They just going other places. They're going to the Caribbean. They're taking direct flights to Mexico. They're going to Europe. They're just not coming to the United States. And these changes have had real consequences for business who rely on this cross-border tourism, for duty-free shops and hotels. Look at Vegas, man. Vegas? Who's been to Vegas lately? Shout out to Storyteller. Who's been to Vegas? This has long been it's one of the icons of international tourism, and it's feeling an impact right now. You got a decline in foreign travelers, airline seat reductions. Vegas airport data showed a notable decrease in passengers year over year, even amidst major events. And you know, because international tourism to Vegas is weak right now. You see? And what this means for America's image. All of this adds up to global diplomatic backlash. People around the world ask, why would I visit a country where immigrants are treated like crap? Why invest when people who look like my family are being demonized or physically mistreated? Why send my children or money somewhere that doesn't protect them? And see, those questions matter economically and politically, especially ahead of this major global event, this 2026 FIFA World Cup, okay? Which is gonna put US cities and Americans' reputation front and center for global stage. Can you imagine what happens if you have ICE down there at the stadium in Dallas harassing people? You understand? And see, this is the thing. This is not 40 or 50 years ago. when you only have a few networks owned by some big wigs somewhere who know friends in Washington. You can't push a story back. We don't need to print story. This is not about the LA Times or the New York Times. People can do more work, right? Y'all, look at all these people in here looking at me. You're being educated right now. At least it's going to make you think about some things. A single video of an immigration raid goes global in minutes. A clip of a black migrant or a brown migrant being mistreated at a border checkpoint, it's going to circulate the world before the next bus arrives. You understand? Shout out to Phil Foster Dogma. Look, people in Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, they hear these stories in real time, but they see the platforms. This is the same stuff they use to communicate with family and friends. These aren't isolated stories. They're constant, and they shape people's perception. And the world doesn't need to search hard to see what's happening in America. How do you think seeing two perfectly healthy, relatively young white people shot down in their prime by mass thugs, how do you think that hits Jewish folk who heard stories about Yahtzee Germany back in the 1930s and 40s? And what do you think about black folk and Hispanics and Asians who have money who say, well, shit, if that could happen to white people, we know we ain't safe. You see what I'm saying? They got their faces in the phone. They're looking at the feeds day after day. You see? Now, it might have been okay when it was just these foreigners, but these folk was American citizens. So you got tourism that's declining, foreign investment cools, reputational capital erodes, allies and partners grow wary, soft power, which was our greatest asset, is weak now. That's why we have to use so much military force now. And even when policymakers try to cover up or distract, you know, the visibility beats concealment in the digital age. You can't hide nothing, okay? You can't say it wasn't me, son. It was you. We know it was you. And see, this is why we're dealing with this global diplomatic backlash. It looks like, to me, it looks like racism is on the spotlight. And we're dealing with economic consequences, credibility issues. And again, the world no longer sees America as the unquestioned shining city on the hill. And it's happening right now. It's not theory. It's measurable and it's widely reported. And this is what's going on. All right. Now, I want to take the opportunity to thank all the beautiful people who contributed to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. We don't have a lot of people. We got 10. That's a win. If we got 20, that'd have been plenty. If we got 15, that'd have been clean. But we didn't get all that. Let me give a shout out to everybody who contributed to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Did you learn something, family? If you learned something, let me know. If you learned something, let me know. Hit the number 1 button if you learned something. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who contributed to the Cash App. Shout out to Hakeem Trower. Thank you, Patrick Henderson. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the Cash Apps. Let me see who else we got up in here. Shout out to all the people who contribute to the Cash App. Let's go ahead and read these Super Chats, though. Let me see here. So we got 10 Super Chats. I want to acknowledge all the people who contributed to the Super Chat. Thank you so much. I'm going to start with number 10 here. Did you guys learn something? Was this interesting? What do you think? What did you think? Shout out to Faquan. Thank you for the $5 super sticker. Real Squash. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Spurling. Glad I caught the live. You're always on the top of everything. Thank you so much, baby. Appreciate you so much. You're awesome. Thank you so much. It's hard to get $50. She gave up that 50. It's hard to get 50. Shoot. Good looking out, baby. Thank you so much. And again, you guys don't owe me anything. Unless you learn something, I shouldn't earn it. Now, I know you probably learned something. Maybe I didn't do the delivery right. I'll work on that too. I try to just give you the facts, give you something relevant. And again, what I try to do is make it so it relates to history. So you'll always remember. You'll understand the lessons that history has to teach you. And that'll help you learn how to adjust in the future. But thank you so much, Faquan. I appreciate you again for the $5 super sticker. Who else? Sonjack9694, thank you for the $10. It says, it is illegal to show up armed or not and insert yourself in police target bit. But what do you mean? It's not illegal to have a concealed weapon in Minnesota if you have a license, baby. It's not illegal to do that. That's not illegal. Okay, it's just not. And he was not inserting himself in police business. He was filming the police conducting their activities. Okay, he was filming the police with his camera, and they came across the street and approached him. Okay, so what was he doing? First Amendment and Second Amendment. He has a right to do that, and we need not confuse that. Don't let these people erode. Don't believe that bull crap. Read the Constitution for yourself. But thank you so much, Jackson, and I appreciate you. Appreciate that, Sonja. Thank you so much. Jackson 247. Thank you for the 1999. Sonjack 9694. This will end soon in 2028. The new president, Newsom, will open the border, strip the First and Second Amendment, take away Google. Then we won't see any bad things happen. No, there's always going to be room for tyranny at the top. Okay, he'll be doing some stuff that we don't like either. That's why we elected Trump. Don't you understand? That's why we did that. Because the Democrats are going too far. Remember, they wanted your little boys in dresses. You remember that part? You forget that part. They wanted it to be okay for children to have sex changes. This is what they were doing. Do you really want that back? Is that what you really want that back? Huh? I don't think so. Okay, and what we're dealing with right now is the far right and the far left have gone too far, and they've gone so far that both of them they've met on the other side at crazy. Okay, that's what's going on. They have lost their minds. It's a zero-sum game. They just have gone too far. It's the pendulum that swung too far one way and now it's swinging back too far the other way. And so what we need is some intelligent people in the middle. Shout out to Wade Cherry. Thank you so much. We need some intelligent, thoughtful people who said, nah, that ain't cool. It's too far one way or the other. Okay? That's what I think. But thank you so much. Remia ASSB, thank you so much. We learning. That's what I'm talking about. Patricia Hightower, thank you so much for the $9.99. Thank you, Storyteller, for the $20. Failed foster dog mom. Oh, you failed. That's terrible. Well, anyway, we got 10 super chats. It'd have been great if we could have got to 15. We didn't get there. I thank you all for what you have contributed, though, and I appreciate it. We got the Cash App and the super chat. I don't see where anybody paid into the PayPal. I actually put the PayPal up there today. I don't see any PayPal coming in. So I think I got everybody. But thank you, everybody, for your contributions. Now, you know, I know we have stuff to do, but most of America is closed tomorrow. And that's probably why so many people in here with me tonight. Make sure, if you haven't already, I need you to go ahead and hit the subscribe button. Look, if you're watching for free on the rebroadcast, at least you can do is hit the subscribe button. That's all you need to do. All you need to do is hit the subscribe button. It's free. It won't cost you $1. It won't cost you a dime. All it's going to cost you is a few seconds of your time. So go ahead and hit the subscribe button right now. All right. Also, hit the like button so we can get this algorithm moving forward. I'm trying to march my way towards 100,000 subscribers. So what I need you all to do is help me get there. Okay. So we can get there so I can get the little plaque behind my wall so that, you know, other people will say, well, hey, man, if Dennis Spurling is making money teaching people history, well, maybe I can do this too. So when you have people like me who are rewarded with subscribers, you know, and I know it's a lot of mess to talk about. The YouTube streets are messy right now. Somebody type messy. YouTube is messy. You got this camp over here and that camp over there. But I know Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb and everybody's talking about that. And here I have gone to something totally different. And I know that's why I don't have 1,000 people here tonight. But we do have nearly 5. We got almost 600 people, which that lets me know there's an appetite for what I'm doing. Okay. Especially considering how late it is. But so what I need you all to do is help me help you. Help me increase the value of what we get on YouTube. Help this become a learning center. because many of the things that I talked to you about, I know many of you all didn't know about the Windbush generation. Most of you all don't know about Harry Truman, and you know, you don't know about those that Great Britain ended the slave trade. You didn't know any of that stuff. Yeah, I know y'all didn't know that. Hell, most people don't know that. Most history professors don't know this stuff, and it's unfortunate they don't. All right, even the context and how this relates to right now, what you can predict the effect was going to be, you know, based on this overt racism. You learned about William Wilberforce. You heard of the college, right? The only thing you know is a basketball team. Thomas Clarkson, you know, John Woolman. You learned about Theodore Dwight. You learn about Charles Sumner. You learn a lot, you know, and so, you know, if we keep rewarding these type of broadcasts, guess what? Other people would do it. And so you'll hear less mess and more things that'll help you pass the test of life. You dig? So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Now, the other thing, I'm always going to say this because y'all ain't paying me enough. I need you all to contact me if you've been involved in the car accident. Now, for you all who don't know, I have been nominated and awarded a position as a member of the Hall of Fame at the Southern University Law Center in Baton Rouge, my alma mater. So when the young people walk into that hallway, up on the wall, they'll see a picture of my sometimes handsome face up on the wall at the Southern University Law Center. So I'm literally a Hall of Fame inducted attorney. If you go online, you'll see I have plenty of reviews on there where people say, man, he got me $500,000. Uncle D got me $2 million. They're not going to say Uncle D. They're going to say, Attorney Spurling, I had a horrible case. My husband died, or my son died, or my daughter died, and he got me such and such $1 million. And of course, I can't guarantee you that. All cases are different. But if you've been involved in a car accident, contact me at 713-229-0770. Even if I can't help you, I'll point you in the right direction. That's 713-229-0770. Give me a call. You can call me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's always somebody there to answer my telephone. We don't miss much around here. We don't let nothing fall on the ground. You understand me? We gonna get it all. All right. So you guys make sure if you've been involved in a car accident, contact me at 713-229-0770, and I'll be more than happy to, you know, give you a free consultation. And if I can help it, if I can take your case, then I will. If not, I'll refer you out to somebody else. So y'all make sure y'all do that for Attorney Dennis Spurling, your favorite Hall of Fame lawyer on YouTube. But anyway, family, let's go ahead and wrap this thing up. And so I want to end this with this truth. It's plain, direct, it's unavoidable, right? And there's actually isn't another option. Okay, let's just talk about it. Okay, for the last 500 years, overt racism, conquest, and war against the people of the world have been primary tools used to maintain white dominance, right? And if we're being honest about the outcomes, that strategy has failed. It has not produced peace. White people, come to the front of the room. You have not produced much peace on the planet. I know you thought you brought civilization to the world, but you know, we didn't need you for that. Okay? It hadn't even produced stability. Hell, it ain't even produced stability in Europe. How many wars has Europe had in the past 500 years with each other? This definitely hasn't produced morality or moral authority. What it has produced is separation, isolation, and global distrust. And the world remembers. Hell, nature remembers. See, overt racism does not create obedience. It creates backlash, and it always has. It's tribalism has created conflict in Africa. Tribalism has created conflict in Asia. Tribalism has created conflict all over the world. Every empire that's built itself on exclusion and domination eventually face resistance, collapse, or irrelevance. Not because people are cruel, but because systems rooted in hierarchy exhaust themselves. They overreach they harden, they lose flexibility, and then they break. Nature always wins in that regard. You can't outfight demographics. You can't outgun biology, and you can't legislate your way out of entropy. So the idea of doubling down on the racism by fortifying the borders or retreating into this fantasy white ethno state, right? It's not gonna succeed. Okay, when 5 centuries of evidence says otherwise, that strategy has already failed, and you all are in denial. And let's ask the practical question. No one wants to answer this question. What would you white folks actually do by yourselves? You got these white folk in Arkansas talking about they're gonna have these little towns. What would be your entertainment? We already know you don't want to take care of your children and do your own work. What you gonna do up there by yourselves? See, the first thing we understand is the separation never lasts. And sooner rather than later, that same pattern reemerges, reaching outward for resources you don't have, labor you don't want to do, and human beings you need to sustain the system. This is not speculation, it's precedent. And it's always gone the same way. Isolation leads to scarcity, scarcity leads to expansion, expansion leads to extraction. That's what happened to Europe in the first place. And the moment that cycle restarts, the backlash restarts with it. That's the trap. And so the choice in front of you white folk, okay, is not between dominance and coexistence. That choice has already been made by reality. The only remaining decision is whether you adapt willingly or resist until adaptation is forced. Returning to the human family is not surrender. It's survival. Equality is not erasure, it's sustainability. Cooperation is not weakness, it's intelligence. Look, let me explain something to you. And I say this all the time. There's a couple things I probably should put on t-shirts. And one of these things I say is there is no geographical solution for an emotional problem. And I often tell that to the passport bros. If you're a nerd over here, you're going to be a nerd over there, and the women over there eventually going to figure it out. The other thing I say is something that I learned as a young biology student at Grambling State University when my professor, Dr. Benny Miles, told me that we're losing the battle against microorganisms. In other words, we're going to lose the battle against viruses and bacteria, and it's going to get us. And I came to the conclusion that nature always wins. And so I'm telling you white folk, nature always wins. You are a tiny minority on this planet. Some would say less than 5%. With a diminishing population. Eventually, you're going to have to, your grandchildren are going to be brown. Your great-grandchildren are going to be brown. Your great-great-great-grandchildren are going to be brown. That's it. And there's no getting around that. And the world doesn't need another 500 years of the same experiment. That data is in. The outcome is known. And the future will not be delayed to accommodate nostalgia for a system that no longer works. White folk want to return to the 50s. No, you can't return to the 50s. It's 2026. It's 76 years later. Most of y'all wasn't even alive in the 1950s in the first place. More importantly, the factors that existed in the 1950s don't exist now. America was the only superpower, the only economic engine, because Europe was flattened. So you're not going to get there. You got too much competition now. There's too much intelligence, too much education, too many resources around the world. You're not going to be able to isolate yourself. So you're going to put all the Indians and brown people, you're going to put everybody out. How are you going to get your supplies? Who's going to get these rare earths and minerals? for you. I'm just saying. It's not going to work. That being the case, there's still a place for everyone here on this planet, in this country. But only if you stop pretending that domination is destiny and accept that humanity moves forward together or not at all. As I said before, I'm absolutely certain that I have more of a claim to this country than most of the white people who are watching this broadcast now. I can trace my heritage back to 1780. I know names. Most of you all got here, your families came here through Ellis Island from 1910 to 1920. We've been here. We've been here since before it was a country. So stop pretending this was supposed to be a white ethno state. It never was meant to be. You got here, there were brown people here. You brought more black people over here. It was never meant to be some isolated ethno state. It doesn't work like that. That's not how America works. Nevertheless, as I said before, there's room for everybody. And see, here's the part. Well, let me say it like this. I'm going to say this plainly, and even if it makes people uncomfortable. To white men and white women who are stepping forward, who are challenging these bias systems, these racist systems, you're refusing to look away while injustice is happening in your name, right? You deserve acknowledgement. I'm not praising you for being reckless. And I'm definitely not encouraging you to martyrdom. I'm not doing that. But recognition. And what I wanted to do today is take the opportunity to recognize not just Renee Good, not just Alex Petit, but all the other white folk who've laid it on the line. Those abolitionists, Abraham Lincoln, man died, got shot and killed. You know, one of the greatest presidents of all time. And all the other white folk around the world who fought against injustice. Not just for black people, but for women, for brown people, for indigenous people. Shout out to you all for refusing to look away from injustice. But see, here's the thing. Recognition. This is what you're getting. But also understand you're doing what history shows is necessary. You're acting according to your conscience. And you're not wrong for that. But I still want you to be smart. I still want you to be careful. If you want to protest in Minnesota, great. But you be careful. You do your best to stay alive. You get the hell out the way of them goddamn ICE agents. I wish that young man, Alex Petit, had listened to his parents when they said, don't do anything stupid. Get your ass out the street. Because white people are not safe from law enforcement anymore. Do your best to stay alive. Do your best not to be used up by systems that will only claim you once you're gone. But understand this. Real change in this country has never come without risk. One of the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, said it plainly. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. And that statement wasn't just poetic. And it was definitely not an exaggeration. It was an admission. And it was an acknowledgement that power does not surrender because it is asked politely. It yields when the cost of holding on becomes too high. Now, here's the harder truth. And this is for my foundational Black American brothers and sisters. Black people have been spilling blood in this country since its beginning. Whether we're talking about enslavement, whether we're talking about lynching, whether we're talking about segregation, whether we're talking about policing, whether we're talking about incarceration and protest, war, we fought in every war. We paid the price for liberty over and over again. And yet we know this. Our black blood and our broken black bodies alone has never been enough to move the system. And that's not moral judgment. It's a historical fact. And in this country, the blood that forces systems to change, the blood that triggers reform, panic, and reflection has always been the blood of those inside the dominant society. And that is painful to say. It's painful to hear, but pretending otherwise has not protected us. It has not freed us. And thinking otherwise will only mislead us. So no, it's not our job to condemn these white people who are out here stepping into the fire. And every black person who has something bad to say about Renee Good and Alex Petit and all these other white people out here protesting against what is clearly racial enforcement of laws, which on paper look like they are not racial. Nevertheless, let these white people step into the fire. Don't condemn them. Don't mock them. Don't dismiss them or call them foolish for risking their lives to confront what they know and what you know and what we all know is injustice. Black people have already carried that burden of sacrifice for centuries. We don't need to volunteer more blood to prove what history has already confirmed. Moral injustice is always confronted, sometimes by saints, sometimes by sinners. Sinners trying to do the right thing in a broken system. And when folk are willing to stand up against injustice, knowing the risk, that deserves recognition, not condemnation. This is not about glorifying violence. It's about recognizing reality. Liberty has never been preserved by comfort. Justice has never been delivered by silence. And systems of domination have never collapsed without consequence. There's still a place for everybody here, but only if we stop pretending that domination is destiny and accept that humanity moves forward together or not at all. As I said before, nature will decide either way. There's no other option. But I'd like to take the opportunity again to thank you white folks who are up there in Minnesota and all around the country who might be listening to this broadcast. Even you ones who are still racist and bigoted right now. You know what you see is wrong. And I invite you to be like Harry Truman and Abraham Lincoln and all the other great white folk who held on to their racist and bigoted beliefs, but they still did the right thing. Because guess what? It won't be us. And let all the black people in the room, let's say this together. We are resting. We are on vacation. We are somewhere with our feet up, which is what I'm about to do right now. God bless you all. I love you. This is Uncle D, and as I always say at this time, God bless America. God bless all of you who are here tonight. I love you, and I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.